Welcome everyone to the Town of Scituate Board of Selectmen meeting on Tuesday, October 20th, 2020. We're starting a little late. We have having a little bit of technical difficulties getting our last board member on, but while we wait for Ms. Connolly, we would like to get the meeting started. We have another full agenda. So to kick off, I will remind everyone that in response to the governor's declaration of public health emergency, we will be conducting all public meetings remotely until further notice. This meeting is being recorded and can be viewed live on Scituate Community Television Facebook page. And the recorded meeting will be available tomorrow on Channel 9 and also on YouTube. If you wish to participate in any portion of this meeting, please make sure that you follow directions on the posted agenda to participate through the Zoom platform. The Facebook Live platform will be just for viewing the proceedings, but we will not be monitoring the chat or going to people on that platform. So with that, I would like to call the meeting to order and ask for an acceptance of the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Curran. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Goodrich. As we are remote, all meeting votes have to, all votes of the meeting, I'm sorry, all votes of the board will have to be done by roll call. So Lorraine, would you do the honors?
Sure. Ms. Canfield?
Yes.
Mr. Vignani?
Yes.
Ms. Conley? Is she here yet?
I think she was just coming on.
I just got on.
Oh, we're just
Sorry.
accepting the agenda.
Yes.
Ms. Curran?
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich?
Yes.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you. The agenda is accepted. The first item on our agenda is for Zoom-ins or walk-ins. If somebody would like to address the board on any matter, please go to the participants icon at the bottom of your screen and raise hand. And I will just see if anyone has done so. I don't see anyone has, so no Zoom-ins or walk-ins today. That will bring us to the report of the town administrator. And before I ask Jim to go through his list, which I know is quite long, I just wanted to commend our Scituate Fire Department. There was a rather large house fire just over the border in Norwell this weekend, and at least 6 different towns participated in mutual aid. I believe our fire department was first on scene, and from all reports just did an admirable job. So thank you to the Scituate Fire Department for all of the work you did, and especially this weekend. And with that, I will turn it over to the town administrator for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would reiterate what you said. I was actually at the fire, and the Scituate guys were in there in the house fighting the fire. They did a fantastic job, and you know they're there when you need them, and that's why we have them. And it's good to know that they are there when you make that call. Since last week, we've had 7 new COVID cases reported for Scituate. These are 6 separate households. The 7th one was a previous household that I reported in earlier. We are still in the yellow for the state's map. Our 14-day positivity rate last week was 1.5%. We will get a new positivity rate tomorrow afternoon. That is up from 1.29% of the previous week. So our cases are up, our percentages are up. We need people to make sure they're following all the guidelines and staying safe. We've talked about it on the morning updates that we need parents to make sure their youth athletes are following all the COVID guidelines. The town of Hanover has right now 48 cases related to either youth hockey or a captain's practice for hockey. So when those things happen, they impact the rest of us. They get brought into the schools, they get brought into homes. So please make sure everybody is following the COVID guidelines. Wear your masks, avoid crowds, and maintain your social distancing. Having said that, the CDC has put out guidelines for Halloween. We have posted those on the town website. Halloween will be allowed in Scituate this year. People will be able to go trick-or-treating. There will be no Front Street event this year because of the limit on crowds. However, you can go out trick-or-treating. We ask that you avoid house parties. We ask that you avoid indoor activities, avoid direct contact with trick-or-treaters, socially distanced from other groups. If you are giving out treats, we ask if possible to put out basically self-serve station with individual bag treats that children can take on their own without having to interact with homeowners. If you do not wish to give out treats, if you're concerned about the virus, simply leave your light off and please don't bother those people who are not participating this year. Children need to wear masks, and we ask you to stick with your family and your friends in your social bubble. And when we say masks, not Halloween masks, but actually the masks that we've been wearing for the COVID. If we follow the rules, I think we can have a safe Halloween without causing spikes in our COVID or problems in our schools as the kids get sick. So go to the website. The CDC guidance is there. We ask you again to follow that guidance for a safe and happy Halloween. Our water situation, the reservoir is holding at 28.6%. We got over 2.93 inches of rain last week. We're getting a little bit more, but not enough. The water treatment plant did 510,000 gallons last week, which is down from 573. So that number is going down. So we're hoping at this point that we're past the use and we'll start building back up the reservoir. We do want to get it back up to a point where we can continue our flushing program. We did have some brown water complaints this year. We'd like to attack those. But before we do that, we need to get the water in the reservoir up to a level where we're not drawing it down too deeply by doing the flushing. So we'll continue to monitor that. Early voting has started in the town hall. It will continue until 10:30 at noontime. The town clerk wants to remind those who've had their ballots mailed out that you need to return them. You can mail them in, you can drop them in the ballot box outside the town hall, or you can bring them in and turn them in at the town clerk's office. But we ask you to get those back as soon as possible so we can make sure we can process those in a timely manner. The police department will be continuing their training that they've been doing at the old gates. They'll be out there on Thursday, October 29th and Monday, November 2nd from 8 to 12 p.m. They train in the old building. They will be following all COVID protocols for that training. But if people see cruisers or police vehicles up there on those 2 days, they are doing training in the building. They have coordinated with recreation and the contractor to make sure we're not in the way. And we've made sure that the greens next door are aware of the training so they're not spooked when they see all that activity in the building. Cedar Point is ongoing. We've done starting to do the laterals, and now you'll see some trenches going. Those trenches are the dewatering trenches. We'll start seeing the large equipment. A very large excavator will be on scene within the next couple of weeks, and that will start doing the really big trench for the main line. Once that starts, there will be some real traffic disruption in Cedar Point. It's been minor at this point, but people, when they go out there, they need to follow the signs and follow the directions of the police officers to make sure people are safe in that construction zone. Cole Parkway Marina project scheduled to start yesterday. The contractor is right now mobilizing. We'll see that. That project will put the marina on pilings as opposed to the floats. That will be done in time for the next boating season. And the sewer department will be conducting leak detection and illegal connection detection in the areas of Oceanside and Sandhills, eventually stretching down to Egypt Beach and the harbor area. The test involves blowing white smoke into the sewer lines in the street and then seeing where the smoke leaks out. The smoke is harmless, odorless, non-staining, and leaves no residue. You will not see smoke in your home unless there is a problem somewhere in your plumbing. If you do see smoke in your home, simply open the windows and alert the crews in the street that'll be looking for that smoke detection. Notifications have been sent to the impacted residents. A 911 call will also be going out later in the week to those second group of residents. If you have any questions, you can call the sewer department at 545-8736. Information about the smoke testing and an informational video is posted on our website. You can go there and take a look at that and see exactly what's going on. This is part of our I&I attack that we're doing, which we'll be discussing tonight. Actually, the contract for the I&I, the next portion of the I&I. This is for getting the infiltration out of our pipes and out of our treatment plant. I want to let the board know we received an email from our local clergy representatives yesterday. They would like to plan a prayer vigil the morning of the election. We have asked them to submit a permit request for a public gathering. They have agreed that they will do so. Unfortunately, the board will not meet between now and the election. So I'm just letting the board know if everything's in order, I will most likely approve that permit, barring any problems from our public safety people. But they'll be doing that on election day on the town common. It should be a nice event. Once I confirm it, I'll let the board know, and any of the board wishes, they can go participate in that. Our IT department is working right now on a design to upgrade the Wi-Fi in the Harbor District. the North Scituate Business District along our beaches and in some of our public buildings. We're using COVID-19 money for this to provide better Wi-Fi. Once we get that done, we'll do the design work and get it priced out and appropriate. But we're hoping to improve the Wi-Fi, particularly in the two business districts, because it's really problematic. And I know some of the businesses have been having problems with it during COVID to get online and do their work. So we want to make sure that is improved. Finally, the board will be discussing later on tonight a letter in support of the MBTA and stopping cuts in the MBTA. We also received a late request from the North-South River Watershed Association for a letter in support of their earmark. They received $50,000 as part of DCR's budget for maintenance of the North River. It hires a part-time agent and pays for the river patrol that they run. The North-South River, as you know, is a scenic waterway. It's one of the only ones in the Commonwealth. It's the first one in the Commonwealth. To lose this money and lose their ability to police the river will put more of a strain on our resources, as we will have to assume some of those duties. Marshfield, Norwell, and Pembroke have already sent their letters. I finished a draft of mine late this afternoon, which I'll send out to the board. But it's my intention to have Karen sign a letter asking that money to be restored so that the North-South River can be protected. And that natural resource that is getting so much more use now during COVID is protected now and in perpetuity for the residents of the South Shore and the surrounding area. That's all I have for this evening.
Great. Thanks so much, Jim. Does the board have any questions that they'd like to ask the town administrator before we go on? Ms. Curran? And then Ms.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have a quick question. Jim, what's the opinion of the sewer construction? Is it on schedule? Are they finding it to be quite different than they anticipated? You know, what are you hearing?
Yeah, right now it's on schedule. We haven't run into any problems that we haven't foreseen. I think in one of my morning updates, and I think to the board last week, we're finding some really nasty laterals that are
Yeah, the corroded laterals.
completely broken, which means that waste is going into the harbor and then the harbor water is going into the system. They found one connection that was done with duct tape, which I don't think is real protective of the environment. But that's going fairly well. No problem so far with the dewatering system. I did hear that the other day when we had the astronomically high tide, the guys were kind of looking going, wow, that water's really high. But as long as the weather's good, there shouldn't be a whole lot of problems down there with the construction. When we get into the winter, if the weather starts turning, that will definitely impact their schedule. But right now they're on schedule.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms. Conley?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have two questions for Jim. One is, what is the status of the food pantry? We talked quite a few meetings ago about potentially putting it in the Old Gate School. Can you update us on where that is?
Sure, they are still looking to go into the Old Gate School. I met with the OPM, the architect last week for the senior center to look at these handicap access to that building. The OPM is supposed to be getting me a cost for the ramp to get into the building and the chairlift. Once I have that, I have a meeting planned with the food pantry. We'll go over what the cost is going to be for them to go in there and then determine whether it's still something they want to pursue.
Thank you. And the other question I had relates to it. It's a perennial topic these days. If someone sees someone else in a store that shall go nameless, and that there are people not wearing masks, what is the person who objects to that not wearing a mask supposed to do? Or what is the store supposed to do? Who's supposed to, quote unquote, police this?
Well, it's kind of a gray area. The store has the right to refuse someone entry if they're not wearing a mask and refuse them service for not wearing a mask. However, if you have a pre-existing condition that makes it impossible for you to wear a mask, you are not required to wear one, nor can you be asked what your pre-existing condition is. You just can say, I have a pre-existing condition. I can't wear a mask. Now, the store still has the ability to say, we are not going to serve you. If the person gets out of hand, if starts making a scene, then the call obviously would be to the Scituate Police Department. But it's really an honor system for people that you should be wearing a mask if you're out. You should be wearing a mask if you're around other people. My advice to be, if someone's not wearing a mask and is making a stink about it, stay away from them. Just go in the other direction, leave them alone, let them go about their business, and try not to interact with them instead of getting into a a debate with them or getting in their face and causing an ugly scene, because you don't know what that person's particular health could be that precludes them from wearing a mask.
Okay, tricky days. Thank you.
Yeah, I know that's a non-answer, but it's the
No,
best I
no,
can do
but
for you.
I think it's the best we can do. So, but it came up to me today, so I thought I would ask for clarification.
Yeah, I mean, someone could ask, could you please put your mask on? If they say no, it's
Well,
not worth getting into a debate with them. Just go the other direction and avoid being in their presence until one of you's done what you're doing and can get away from them.
Well, the take I had on it was the person asking me thought it was up to the store to tell this other person to put on a mask. And I wasn't sure, what right the store has or hasn't got to do it. And
You are supposed to be wearing a mask if you go into a store or a place of public accommodation like that. However, again, you don't know as the other person whether the person without the mask came to the store and said, I'm an asthmatic, I have a heart condition, whatever, I cannot
Right.
wear a mask, but I still have to do my food shopping. I still have to do my whatever. And the store said, okay, come on in. But the store could say, no, you're not allowed in the store without a mask.
okay, thank you.
Any other board member with a question? I seeing none, then we will go on to our next item, which is to have a discussion vote on senior center naming opportunities. And oops, I just lost my Zoom. And I believe Dr. Price is waiting to present. Of course, you're Denise today on your. Dr. Price is very well acquainted with this process, having contributed to the Scituate Library campaign. So I'll turn it over to you, Gordon, if you'd like to just inform the board. We did get your backup information, but you can go ahead and just describe it for us, please.
Great, thanks. Thank you all. And I hope all of you are as excited about the center as I am when I drive by. It's a pretty impressive looking building, and look forward to January when we can hopefully get into it. So the Build a Campus Committee, which was basically took on the charge of, shepherding the effort through town meeting and through the ballot vote with the override. And we took on the responsibility, which we always had in the back of our mind, to try to raise some money. And our effort to raise money, and Jerry Klimek is also one I see on the Zoom here, and Jerry's a co-chair with me, and Jerry was very instrumental in the effort to this point. So our specific goal was whatever monies we were to raise would go toward the debt service to build the center. And it's my understanding, after numerous conversations with Karen and other people at Town Hall, that can only be done as long as the bond has not been signed off on. So we've got a limited time period. We had hoped to start this off in April with a big gala at the River Club. Needless to say, that had to be put on the back burner. So this is going to be a somewhat modified, scaled back version of what we had hoped, because we don't foresee, sending people out door knocking and having house parties and stuff like that. It just isn't going to be feasible. So our efforts are going to be primarily through social media. We're looking into a mail campaign of some sort. But whatever the campaign is going to be will end at the time that the bond is being finalized. Any monies that FOSS or anyone want to raise after that would go toward ancillary things that maybe Linda might need in the center. But the monies that we're going to raise and have raised to this point will go toward hopefully reducing that debt service a little bit. We've got about $30,000 in the bank right now, and that was with pretty limited effort. I have a goal in mind. It's not going to be $1 million for sure, but it'll be hopefully something reasonable. So we kind of tailored our naming efforts, fashioned it after a lot of what they did at the library fundraising, the library efforts. We felt that, some of the amounts might be a bit daunting for a lot of people, because we're really going to be, I think our target audience is a much different audience than what the Library Foundation was able to target. So, the majority of our donations, I'm sure, are going to come from, middle income, moderate income people and elders. I don't think we'll have a whole lot of success with corporate donations, although we have a few in mind that we will be contacting personally. But we're not going to be walking up and down Front Street, knocking on the doors of all the businesses. They've been hit hard enough over the last 6 or 8 months, and we're not going to burden them with that. There will be some. We do plan on talking probably to the banks and the real estate people, and that'll probably be about it in terms of the commercial contacts that we're going to do. So, looking at the numbers that we assign to rooms, again, we kind of use some of the library rooms as gauges for that, and kind of scaled them back a bit. We tried to make it as reasonable as we could. But, one of our committee members came up with a great idea. He said, what about if we have partial funding opportunities? So if there's a $15,000 room, what's wrong with having 3 or 4 people, kick in to fund that room? So what we're doing with most of the rooms is we're establishing a minimum $2,500 contribution to be able to get your name on a plaque outside that room as a donor who helped to provide the cost to build that room. And I think that probably will appeal to, hopefully, I'm hoping, a fair number of people. So they don't have to, come up with a $15,000 or $20,000 contribution if they don't want to. If they want to, that's fine. We'd be happy to accept it. But I think the partial funding effort might bear us some fruit. So, and another hurdle that we have to jump, we're jumping through, but we're jumping over it, is the fact that a 401k funded retirement plan, you can make, other than this year, a tax-free contribution to a 5013C, and you don't pay any taxes on that. And that mandatory contribution has been waived for 2020, and my expectation is that it's going to be waived for 2021 also. So the people who had to make a withdrawal from their retirement funds this year won't have to. So that may be another little kink in the armor that we're going to have to deal with. But hopefully we have some people who will make that contribution anyway. So I was made aware today that the bocce court funding looks like is going to be covered by the Rotary Club. So that was music to my ears today. So with the approval of the selectmen, hopefully this evening, we'll start off our active campaigning, both social media and letter postcard campaigning in the next week or so, because we've got limited time. We're basically down to November, December. And what, Jim, that bond will probably close sometime mid-January, maybe? Or Karen, are you suspecting when that bond would close?
Yeah, I put that question to Nancy Holt, who's.
Actually, the bond is being awarded tonight, Gordon, but it's not for the full amount.
Okay. So when would you expect, Nancy, that that final amount would be made final?
I don't think we would be issuing another bond in the next year or so. So anything that we would need to do additionally would be through short-term borrowing and from donations and potentially grants.
Okay, so we may actually have a little more time than end of January.
If you're having a very successful campaign, we certainly will delay borrowing to support that.
Oh, okay, that's great.
Nancy's always happy to wait for bags of money. So, gentlemen, I'm going to have to interrupt you just for a minute because I know the board's going to want to ask some questions.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we we have a public hearing that's posted for 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
I didn't do a very good job managing our schedule this evening. Do you mind, do you have a few minutes to just hang out with us so
Yeah.
we are not, we
Sure.
can go to that and then we'll come back to you?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I apologize for that, but we do have a 7 o'clock posted public hearing discussion vote for poll petition at 8 Allen Place, 132 and 134 Front Street. Jose Vasquez from National Grid is right there. There you are.
Yeah,
Hello.
here I am. Good evening.
Hi, sorry we're 3 minutes late, but we'd like to
No worries.
turn it over to you so that we can do this properly.
Okay, is it to me?
Yes, it's to you.
Okay. Hi, good evening, everybody. Yes, I'm here to petition a new pole on Front Street. The purpose of this new pole is to feed Mulaney's Fish Market. It's a new 3-phase service that is going in there on 8 Allen Place. And the reason we can't use the existing poles is because they're busy with 3-phase risers feeding, the businesses there. So we will need to install a new pole to be able to serve the new fish market, which is using an elevator, which needs 3-phase.
Okay. Great. And where exactly does it get placed? I know it's at the corner there, but where would it, do you have it designed? I know it should be in the backup, but.
Yeah, there is a
Somebody
sketch.
scanned
I don't
it.
know if you guys got a hold of that, but it is, so currently right now there's a pole 14 and it's about 30 feet from the existing pole in line with the other poles on Front Street. So it won't be going like left or right. It'll be in line with the current 3-phase. If you're out there, it's to the, I painted it, but it's to like about 30 feet, about to the left of a tree. There's like a tree there, and then it's like to the left of it. So it's kind of facing 8 Allen Place.
It's in front of 132-134 Front Street.
Correct. And before, there's like a driveway coming out as well from the back there. So it's before the driveway.
Okay. Does the board have any questions about this petition? Ms. Connolly?
I do. It looks to me as though the poles are actually on Front Street on the opposite side of where Allen Place is. That's the way the diagram looks to me. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. So be on Front Street in line with the Front Street poles because that is where our 3-phase service currently is. 8 Allen Place currently only has single phase. So we would need to bring from Front Street to 8 Allen Place, the 3-phase.
So you're adding another pole to Front Street in front of what's essentially the old Welch building, right, with Oro used to be? So now there are going to be 3 poles in a row on Front
Yeah,
Street.
it'll be 2 and then,
the
yeah, it'll be
sidewalk.
2 and then a driveway. There's a driveway in between the 3rd pole.
Okay.
I just want to note that Sean McCarthy, sorry I left you hanging out there, Sean. Sean McCarthy from our DPW department is now involved in this conversation. Would you like to add anything, Sean? Sorry to leave you out there.
No, that's okay. I mean, I was concerned about how the sidewalk would be repaired when they were done. The pole would be located on the corner of the existing building, so I don't think it's going to impact anybody. I haven't been out since it was pre-marked. I did have the sketch and tried to figure out what they were going to do. As long as it's not too close to that driveway. This is the driveway that takes you to the rear parking lot at Mill Wharf that cuts between the 2 buildings.
Mhm.
It'll be on
So
the
it's
corner of that driveway. Correct.
So it's not the exit from the Mill Wharf parking lot. It's the entrance to the Mill Wharf parking lot.
Correct.
Correct.
All right. I hate to see 3 telephone poles in a row. I'd love to see all the telephone poles go away down in Front Street, but there's no other place to put it. Is that right?
Right now, yes, that's the best position just so we can bring it across and the less intrusive to bring it up 8 Allen Place. That is the less intrusive. And, we can, if Sean wants to go out there, I did pre-mark it and we have wiggle room to move it, 3 or 4 feet, whatever he needs. I just didn't want to put it too close to the tree that's there.
Yeah.
And we'll try to make the best repairs as we can as we make the, in the area that we make the hole, they usually just make the repairs there.
Well, like I said, love the phone company, but I wish we didn't have so many poles down there. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Conley. Is any other questions from the board? Ms. Curran?
Thank you. Could you clarify, you just said it was going to be temporarily there until you can do something on the other side?
Oh, no. This is, this is a permanent, there'll be a permanent pole because we'll have to feed the fish market. So it's for a permanent service there. The pole will be there.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Vignani?
Now, just a simple one. Why aren't we just using one of the other two poles?
Because currently right now, both poles are occupied by a three-phase riser that feed the buildings, the businesses. And according to our construction standard, we can't build a junction pole along with the three-phase riser because it's dangerous for our linemen. So we need a new clean pole to be able to make the correct build.
And there's no way around that? I mean, Front Street's a pretty narrow street and we already have two poles.
Yeah, there's several poles actually on Front Street, but I mean
right in that same vicinity.
Yeah, I understand.
So you've looked into every other possible way to do it as opposed to adding a pole?
Correct. That's the best option. It's unfortunate because even from the other side, it's about 20 something poles away to bring three-phase, and it's just not feasible. So the best and cost for the customer is to bring it from Front Street.
Okay, and neither of those other two poles you can add a three-phase junction to?
Correct, yeah. According to our standards, we're not able to do a three-phase junction pole also with a three-phase riser.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from the board? This is a public hearing. The abutters have been notified, so I will look to the participants. If somebody would like to make a comment about this, please go to the participant icon and use the raise hand feature. And we will call on you. Let's see. Going through, I do not see any hands raised. Okay, so this is to comment on the proposed new pole on Front Street to accommodate Mulaney's expansion. Okay. Oh, there's a hand. Okay, I didn't think this was gonna go. I will unmute Ms. Noble if you give your name and address, please. Oh, wait, you're muted still. Hold on. There you go.
Hi there, Linda Noble, 124 Front Street. How long would first of all, would the rest of would the neighbors or the area be out of electricity for help? Like, how long would that be? Since most of us, obviously, it's all retail, as well as most people that live here are working from home. So no electricity, or having electricity turned off would be quite an impact. But also a second question was, you had said that this was the best option for the, for the customer as far as monetary options. What are the other options that are available so we don't have to put another pole on the street?
So there's a three-phase about, I forget, I think it's like about 20 something poles away. So right now on 8 Allen Place, you would have to extend that three-phase all the way down, which could take, replacing poles and doing different options. So right now, Front Street is the best feeder to feed this Mulaney's market.
Understood as far as the best feeder for.
And for the outage, I'm sorry. And for the outage, I can double check, but it shouldn't be much of an outage for the customers because it's all new construction. So it's just tapping onto the line. So it shouldn't be much of a, outage.
meaning like a day or two or hours or?
If any, it should be just hours, if any. And if there will be an outage, they will send you out a letter, informing you that there'll be an outage and giving you enough, ample time to, make plans. But it shouldn't be a long outage at all.
Okay, all right, just as a note.
If there is.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. Just as a note, if we could explore the other options that are available. I understand that the feasibility, it would cost your customer more money, but anything to alleviate having another pole put there, especially since businesses or the restaurants there are using that for the sidewalk for business, for the new restaurant salts. So yeah, if they could explore other options, that would be great. I know it would be cheaper for them in the long run, but if they could explore it and, and see what our other options were, that would be great. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Those are really, really good questions. Sean McCarthy, you've gone through the plans now, so are you comfortable with the feasibility, like this, that this is the best, forget the financial cost, the best technical solution to the problem?
Well, we went through a few iterations with them requesting more and more information because the alleyway wasn't shown or the entrance wasn't shown. Although they sound like minor corrections, I really wanted to see where the pole was going to be placed, which I didn't see on the ground, but like I say, I kept asking for information. They kept updating that sketch that you have that shows an additional guy wire or where the existing pole was, and asked whether other poles would be removed because it was just unclear what we were going to be left with.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like the main power is running down Front Street, so they want to come off of Front Street.
Right.
There's always an opportunity to go underground, but I don't know how if they can't drop this power they need off the two existing poles that are nearby, and they need a new pole to make this connection, I don't know how else you do it. I mean, I certainly can work with National Grid through some of the options. But it sounds like the three-phase is going right by Allen Place. And if they add an additional pole, they can drop off of that pole for them. Sounds like the two other closest poles are already being used for that use.
Mm.
Is that right, Jose?
Yes, that's correct, Sean.
Yeah.
So either way, even if we was trying to go underground, we would still need to install a new pole for their riser.
Right. To come off the higher.
And we had to petition for it to cross the road and all that stuff. So then it'll be, ripping up the sidewalks and the streets and all that. Right.
Yeah, the drawing that we have is in backup. Doesn't show where doesn't have that millwork driveway on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
I did send an updated one. I'm not sure who has it, but I did send an updated drawing.
Okay. I'm sorry, did someone raise their hand? I was like, Mr. Goodrich.
I was going to say, if I share my screen, I can show you the Google Maps, street view, like get you better.
Oh. Do you have share screen? Yes. Do you have that technology, Mr. Goodrich?
We're going to try.
I brought it up as well. While Andrew's doing that, may I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes, of course.
Is another location on Allen Place an option?
No, because if on there, the existing three-phase, it comes from Front Street. There's no three-phase on Allen Place.
Okay.
So.
And they definitely need three-phase power. I asked them if they, could go without, but they definitely need three-phase power for the elevator that's going to use 25 horsepower.
All right. So we're looking at, thank you, Andrew, for putting this up. So the pole you're talking about is where Mr. Goodrich's circle is, hand is. Is that correct? In that general area?
I can't see it.
Oh,
I
you
see.
can't see it? Oh.
Yeah. It was up for a second, but I guess when people were talking, it just took over. Maybe I can, I'm trying to see if I can switch it to, yeah, I can't see it right now.
I mean, my only concern is I want to make sure if someone's taking a right-hand turn there, that they're not compromised.
Right.
Yeah.
Are we trying to spotlight Andrew's video? That's right there.
Okay.
It's not the best turn there anyway. And there's a
There's a
crosswalk.
curb. You're
There's a
not gonna go over-
crosswalk right there, yeah.
You're not gonna go over the curb.
No, but
No,
that's
definitely not. I can't see the picture, but if you could see like the tree that they planted there, it's maybe one or like a square or and a half of away from that tree that's planted there, about 30 feet from the existing pole.
Okay.
on the other side of the driveway.
So it's got a good 5 or 10 feet before the driveway.
Okay.
I concur with Sean. I want to
Let me
make,
see if I can pull up the Google.
I want to make sure that the repair to the sidewalk's going to be adequate. That's one of our nicer sidewalks in town.
I think where you have that cursor, Andrew, is where I was picturing the pole going. Yeah.
I'm trying.
Yeah, no, you're right on it, I think.
Yeah, I'm just,
All right, I guess the question I have is when do you need to get this pole installed?
Madam Chair, if I
Oh,
could just make a quick comment.
Yes.
This has been delayed for months.
Yes.
They asked for this months and months ago, and for some reason it's been delayed, and it's holding up the construction of the facility.
Okay,
So-
not aware of that. Thank you, Mr. Vignani. So that answers that question. It needed to be done a while ago. Yes, Ms. Conley.
Yeah, when you look at where, thank you, Andrew, for pulling that up. It's much easier to look at it that way. Those upper stories of the building where the pole is going in front of, it's the new Welch company. Are those residences at the top? Is this going to affect someone's, what they're looking out at? Or is that all commercial space? I don't know. Does anyone know?
I don't know, but I think the residential's behind.
And Welch has the second floor also, don't they?
Yeah, but I don't
Yes.
know if there's someone up on the third. Is there a third floor there?
There is a third floor.
Yeah.
Oh, Linda has her hand raised again. Is there anyone that has not had an opportunity to speak that would like to? Okay, I will unmute. Linda, did you have one more thing you want to say? Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just after seeing that, exactly where the location would be, if there's any other possible way that we could not put a pole there. There's very few pretty places in the harbor there, and that's one of them with that beautiful glass window and all. The corner is, everyone always goes over the curb anyways. It's a very bad corner to get into.
It is.
And I really do think that for the benefit of one customer, that we'd really be doing the downtown area a disservice to put a pole right there. So that's just my thoughts and, being in a butter. And I do not think there's a residence on the third floor of that the Wells Company building, if that helps. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, board, what are you thinking about this?
I'd like to make a motion,
Mr. Vignani, would you like to make a motion?
if I could read this proposed motion. Move to approve National Grid Plan number, way too small. 29587884 to install a new 45C2 pole and anchor on Front Street, approximately 30 feet plus or minus in line with the existing pole 14 in front of 132-134 Front Street. And I just add that, Sean, if you can go down there with them and look at the exact location and see if there's proximity of moving it here or there, that can, help the view and help the safety of that curb, that would be great.
Right, I'd be happy to.
Before I ask for a second, I'd like to also say, Jose, is it possible to go on the other side of the tree? Like, is that too far? Further down Front Street? So we don't take
Well,
that.
usually we like to keep, I would have to ask the overhead lineman because we like, for safety reasons, we like at least 20 feet in between the poles. But if the clearance is there, I don't mind. Our main goal is just to get across the street. Doesn't matter whether it's on the left or the right.
Yeah, and it's noted, that's a nice corner. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second for this? I see
I'll second it.
Mr. Goodrich begrudgingly seconds this with consternation. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. We have further direction, should this motion pass, to our DPW to make the most of it. With that, we will do a roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield.
I'm going to have to say no.
Okay. Mr. Vignani,
Yes?
Ms. Conley,
No.
Ms. Curran. Yes, because I don't think there are any other options. Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2. Obviously, we very rarely have a split vote like this, so please work with our DPW and Mr. McCarthy to minimize the impact on Front Street aesthetically. We'd really appreciate that. All right.
Will do. I'll definitely call Sean. We'll get together and meet out there.
Okay, appreciate it. And Sean, if you could just, when it's finalized, just report back to the board so we know exactly where it's going, what the timing is. Obviously, we want Mulaney's to be successful, so go forth and process fish. Joby, if you're on. All right. Thank you to Dr. Price and Mr. Clement. I lost you guys. There you are.
Vasquez, it's okay.
There you go.
Thank you so much. You guys have a great evening.
Okay, you too. Thanks.
Take care.
All right. Thank you for letting us take care of that business, gentlemen. We're going to go back to the senior center naming. Obviously, Gordon, you are well aware, and I'll remind the board that I think in 2014, Board of Selectmen approved a naming policy for the town, which would obviously give you the marching orders for process as well. If you need another, do you need another copy of that?
I would like one, yes.
Okay. Jim, Lorraine, if you could make sure we just forward that, that would be great. That just runs through the memorandum, just the process.
Yep.
And I would assume that the Council on Aging would sign off on any named space as well before it came to us.
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone from the board like to ask any questions about the naming proposals for the senior center?
Nope, just thank you for all your efforts.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's a boatload of work, and we really appreciate you both, stepping up to do this. And we got a good team, so thank you. I believe we're required to make a vote. Sorry, I've got too many things open here. We're to vote the proposals for the names, and I guess just the what's it called, the menu of naming opportunities. The only question I forgot to ask is, has this been presented to the Council on Aging, and have they approved it?
Linda was involved in putting this together. I wasn't able to attend the last meeting, which was last week. So I don't know if it was brought before the Council on Aging board or not, but Linda has been involved with it.
Okay.
And I spoke with her actually this morning, and she had looked this outline over and was in complete agreement with it.
Okay. I know it has been mentioned at prior Council of Aging meetings before, so it's not, they certainly are aware. Ms.
Yeah.
Curran?
Well, I think it's important that they weigh in on it. My personal opinion.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question.
Because it's a separate 501c3 group, right? So we want to make sure that the Council of Aging does have an opportunity to weigh in on the thoughts, in the denomination. So
Yeah, I don't have any problem bringing it to the board at their next meeting. And now that I know that we have a little bit more time, other than, closing this out at the end of January, that would be fine by me.
Would the board be interested in approving pending approval of Council on Aging so that they don't have to come before us again? Should that be the inclination of the board?
sure.
Okay. Are there any questions about yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Ms.
one more question. The issue of being able to use 401k plan money, Gordon,
Yep.
are you suggesting that there is the possibility that people could make a withdrawal from a retirement plan, such as a 401k plan, and that withdrawal, if it is given to a charitable organization, would be a tax-free withdrawal?
That's correct. Right. Yes.
And we have that on good authority from some accounting firm that,
Yep.
because if that could be attractive to people, but if people do it and then it turns out they have to pay it back or they're going to pay a penalty, that's a serious thing. So I just want to be sure that if in fact and if it's possible to do a 401k withdrawal, is it possible to withdraw from an IRA, or do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Any tax qualified program is eligible. The only kicker is this year it is not mandatory to withdraw.
Meaning
Up until this year, people had to withdraw a certain percentage.
Yeah, if you're 70 and a half, you must make a withdrawal based on your age expected.
Right.
Yeah, all that. But so the issue this year is that the government is saying you do not have to take a mandatory withdrawal even if you're supposed to. But the point I'm getting at is it also the case that people are allowed to take, even if they're not 70 and a half or 59 and a half, whenever the time you can start taking? Would someone who's say 45 be able to take money out of a 401k and give it to the Build a Campus organization without incurring a tax penalty?
I would
All right.
like to.
I think
I don't think we want to give advice on that.
No.
People need to go talk to their own. People need to go to talk to their own advisors. I don't think we want to give people advice on whether or not they can take money out of their 401k.
I'm just trying to clarify what was said.
Yeah. Well,
And so, tonight, obviously above pay grade here, but I think that just needs to be clarified so that people don't make a mistake.
Yeah.
So
Having been involved in the library foundation, that was, if you want to call it a selling point, that was one of the selling points that we used back then. Now, I don't know if a person is not retired, as you say, if they're a 45-year-old, and if they want to make a deduction. I don't know the answer to that, Karen.
all right. Well, that just needs to be cleared up in future. Thank you. Thank you for all this work.
yeah,
Welcome.
excellent. Yeah, we're thrilled that you're going to do this. I would, I do, just so the board knows, FOSS does give an update to the Council on Aging every meeting. They're aware of this, they're in support of it, but I do think, I agree that it should officially be blessed, just like the trustees. But if somebody would like to make a motion that we're contingent upon that formality, I would be happy to entertain it. Oh, I'm sorry, I should open it up. If there's anyone in the public that would like to comment on the Senior Center naming, please raise your hand in the chat, or in the participant function. Just gonna scroll here. We have so many people here and no one seems to want to, I'm sure everyone's saying, thank you so much. So now I will entertain a motion if someone would like to make such a motion.
Madam Chair, do we even need a motion? I thought we only approved when we accept donations.
That's actually a very good point, Ms. Curran. It does say vote on our agenda. I think what we need to approve is that, no, I think we do. We need to approve that we are in agreement that they can solicit to name according to our policy, a town building. We have to turn them loose. And then once something has been sold, they need to also come back and we need to accept it.
Mhm.
So would anyone care to make a motion?
Move that the Board of Selectmen approve the joint venture of the Council on Aging and, sorry, the name of the group is Building a
Build a campus.
Build a campus.
Building a Campus to work together to get donations for the rooming rights or naming rights of the rooms in the new senior center. And then based on the approval of the Council on Aging on the program and the dollar amounts.
Moved by Mr. Vignani. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Conley. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll have to do a roll call vote. Lorraine?
Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran.
Oh,
Yes. Sorry, yep, and Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
great. Thank you. The motion carries. We commend you for your work and look forward to approving many donations in the future. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're a little behind schedule. We're now to the 5:10 discuss vote of sale of general obligation bonds. Pam,
Where are you?
where are you? There you are. You're doubling
Evening.
up with people. Would you like to walk us through the bond?
Okay, so because the rates are so low to permanent fund, some of our bands were coming due. We had 2 large bands coming due in December. So Nancy, Jim, and myself met and decided to do a permanent borrowing for a bond. We met with, and that required ratings call with Standard & Poor's. So on September 30th, Jim, Nancy, and myself, along with our financial advisors from Hilltop Securities, met with Standard & Poor's for a rating review. I'm happy to report that we received a AA plus on these hard times with COVID. So that was definitely a plus that we were able to withhold that ratings that we've kept there. Again, the rating agency cited the town's very strong economy, strong management with good financial policies and practices, a strong budgetary performance, a very strong liquidity, and a positive credit rating factor. So we went out to bond. We sold bonds on Tuesday, October 13th. We received 10 very competitive bids. Thank you, Nancy. Thank God I have Nancy Holt beside me because I love to speak. Not really, but. So, and the winning bid was submitted by Morgan & Stanley with an average interest rate of 1.434% for a 20-year bond. So, absolutely, Andrew, it was great. We were shocked on how wonderful everything went. The town also received a really large premium of over $4 million. So we're looking to immediately pay down some of these projects, and that will come forth in town meeting. I believe you'll be discussing that. It's in Article 5 in order to have us use the premium to pay down some of the projects, which the projects that we picked to pay down were here on the memorandum that I gave you.
Mm-hmm.
So we were able to, get a really good rate and fund some of these large projects, some of the new projects like the clubhouse, the senior center, all the sewer work. So yeah, and a lot of water projects also. We are thrilled, and I think with the work that our financial team does, the next rating will be a AAA. So that's really all I have to say. Do you have any questions?
This is really, it is, you're right. This is a reflection of all of the hard work that you and Nancy and both your teams have been doing for years to put us in a position to take advantage of this kind of opportunity. I'll open it up to see if the board has any comments or questions about this. Anyone? Okay, I think that speaks to, it's wonderful.
Madam
Great
Chair,
job.
you've never seen a slicker ratings call than we had. Nancy put together the presentation. They went through it, and the rating agency said, no, we don't have any questions. I think you covered everything you needed to cover in the presentation. So it was, I haven't seen that before, and I've done a lot of these rating calls. So that's really a tribute to Nancy and Pam and the rest of the staff, that the information we put together and submitted was so comprehensive that the rating company just said, no, we're good. You've covered everything we needed to look at.
Well, I actually think the board is reacting exactly the same way. It's like, looks fabulous. So with that, I will see if anyone in the audience or participating would like to ask any questions of our Cracker Jack team. And I see no hands raised, so I will.
I just have one. I just have one more thing I'd like to stress. There's a lot of paperwork to sign. So I'd like to see my selectmen people, women and men in the office sometime tomorrow morning, if you possibly could, and massage your hands before you come. And it's a turnaround, so the money's coming to the town in less than a week, so we want to get all the paperwork to bond council for a review.
Absolutely. Do any of the board members have any conflicts that they won't be able to pop in tomorrow? Okay, good. Great.
Need a motion?
Yes, please.
Great job, Pam and Nancy. I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the sale of general obligation bond in the amount of $29,095,000.
Moved by Ms. Curran. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Vignani. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Sure, I'll do the roll call vote, but the clerk, Ms. Conley, does have to review the vote of the Board of Selectmen. Read that into the record.
Oh, that's right.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it first?
Yes, you have to read that long.
I think you should read that first. Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. How could I forget?
Yes.
It's my turn now.
Yep.
I, the clerk of the Board of Selectmen of the Town of Scituate, Massachusetts, the town, certify that a meeting of the board held October 20th, 2020, of which meeting all members of the board were duly notified and at which a quorum was present, the following votes were unanimously passed, all of which appear upon the official record of the board in my custody. Voted that the maximum useful life of the departmental equipment listed below to be financed with the proceeds of the $430,000 borrowing authorized by the town. Vote of the town passed April 9th, 2018, Article 3, Item UU, is hereby determined pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7(1), to be as follows. Purpose: replacement of vessel unit with fire pump and monitor. Borrowing amount, $430,000. Maximum useful life, 10 years. Further voted that the sale of the $29,095,000 general obligation municipal purpose loan of 2020 bonds of the town dated October 29th, 2020, the bonds, to Morgan Stanley and Company, LLC, at the price of $33,396,467.97 and accrued interest, if any, is hereby approved and confirmed. The bond shall be payable on October 1st of the years and in the principal amounts and bear interest at the respective rates as listed below.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I've got more.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
I've got more. Further voted that the bonds maturing on October 1st, 2039, the term bond, shall be subject to mandatory redemption or mature as follows. Term bond due October 1st, 2039. Year 2038, $1,120,000. Year 2039, maturity, $1,120,000. Further voted that in connection with the marketing and sale of the bonds, the preparation and distribution of a notice of sale and preliminary official statement dated October 7th, 2020, and a final official statement dated October 13th, 2020, the official statement, each in such form as may be approved by the town treasurer, be hereby ratified, confirmed, approved, and adopted. Further voted that the bond shall be subject to redemption at the option of the town upon such terms and conditions as are set forth in the official statement. Further voted that the town treasurer and the Board of Selectmen be and hereby are authorized to execute and deliver a continuing disclosure undertaking in compliance with SEC Rule 15C2-12 in any such form as may be approved by bond counsel to the town, which undertaking shall be incorporated by reference in the bonds for the benefit of the holders of the bonds from time to time. Further voted that we authorize and direct the town treasurer to establish post-issuance federal tax compliance procedures and continuing disclosure procedures in such forms as the town treasurer and bond counsel deem sufficient, or if such procedures are currently in place, to review and update said procedures in order to monitor and maintain the tax-exempt status of the bonds and to comply with relevant securities laws. Further voted that each member of the Board of Selectmen, the town clerk, and the town treasurer be and hereby are authorized to take any and all such actions and execute and deliver such certificates, receipts, or other documents as may be determined by them or any of them to be necessary or convenient to carry into effect the provisions of the foregoing votes. There's more. I further certify that the agenda for the meeting, a copy of which is attached hereto, was posted on the bulletin board of the town at least 24 hours before the meeting in compliance with Section 711 of the town charter. I further certify that the votes were taken at a meeting open to the public, that no vote was taken by secret ballot, that a notice stating the place, date, time, and agenda for the meeting, which agenda included the adoption of the above votes, was filed with the town clerk, and a copy thereof posted in a manner conspicuously visible to the public at all hours in or on the municipal building that the office of the town clerk is located, or, if applicable, in accordance with an alternative method of notice prescribed or approved by the Attorney General as set forth in 940 CMR 29.032B, at least 48 hours, not including Saturdays, Sundays, and legal holidays prior to the time of the meeting, and remain so posted at the time of the meeting, that no deliberations or decision in connection with the sale of the bonds were taken in executive session, all in accordance with General Law, Chapter 30A, Sections 18 to 25, as amended, further suspended, supplemented, or modified by the executive order of the Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, dated March 12, 2020, dated October 20th, 2020, signed by the Clerk of the Board of Selectmen.
Okay,
Done.
roll call vote. Karen Canfield.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Vignani.
Yes.
Ms. Conley.
Yes.
Ms. Curran.
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Okay, all set.
I think so. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much, Pam and Nancy, for all of that work. And remind the board tomorrow morning, bright and early, go down and sign all the papers so we can go get the money. Go get bags of money. So now we're speeding along to our 7:20, which is a review of the coastal update with Kyle Boyd. He is our coastal management officer, and Elizabeth Cooper from Consensus Building Institute. I think we need to, oh, there you are. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi.
Hello.
Kyle, will you be sharing a screen, or do you need us to do that?
Elizabeth Cooper will be.
Okay, terrific. Okay, so they are going to walk us through the work, all the hard work that's been done for, gosh, has it been I've lost all track of time. When was it? You'll tell us when it was kicked off, to do Scituate Coast in 2070. A lot of work has gone into it. So I will turn it over to Kyle and let you and Elizabeth walk us through this. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to thank everyone on the Selectmen and all the residents who've been so hands-on in this process. We've had an incredible public engagement process, and I'll just give a little bit of background. I started 2 years ago October 1st. And during that time, we were out trying to obtain easements at Hummerock. I think you guys can all remember that process. But basically, the long and short of it was we were trying to implement recommendations from a 2016 plan that was funded by CZM. That plan basically laid out implementation measures that we should move forward on here in Scituate along our coast. And that's what was happening when I first started. And the unfortunate thing that occurred was that the residents didn't want to move forward with the project that was recommended, which was a cobble berm and raise the road. So at that point, we had put in, $500,000 in design work. And my predecessor, Brad, and I had a conversation that it would be great to have public buy-in, a little more public buy-in moving forward, so that we can successfully implement these projects with more public support. So what we did was we applied to CZM for a 50-year vision process, so that coastal vision process, so that we could get basically more public support around all coastal initiatives. So we laid the grant to be a very comprehensive public participation, hands-on, let's get everyone involved, many, many public meetings to find out what the public wants the future of the coast in Scituate to look like. Very grateful that the public showed up, even despite having, COVID and everything going on. We found ways to make it happen. There was a lot of feedback from residents on things they thought we should do differently, and the Consensus Building Institute just took that information and incorporated it into the plan. So I'm happy with the results. I will say that the Coastal Advisory Commission was awesome. Luis, the chair of the Coastal Advisory Commission, is here as well. If anyone has any questions for her. I will be back in November to present the findings of the Downtown Harbor Master Plan that was just completed. It's a resiliency-focused master plan. And then also to provide the selectmen with the annual report of the Coastal Management Office, which is a requirement of CRS. So I have that done, and I'll be sending that over to you guys soon. So with that, Elizabeth, if you want to give the presentation, thank you for all your hard work on this.
Sure, happy to. And I'll try to be succinct and just leave a little bit of time for you all to ask questions if you have any. But I'll just give you a little overview of what the 50-year coastal visioning process was like, and some of sort of what it has built as a foundation for subsequent planning efforts. And feel free to jump in as I go along, but I'll try to just get through these slides and leave some time for you all to ask some questions. So as Kyle mentioned, the real purpose of this this 50-year visioning process was to really consult the community extensively and sort of get their input in on the ground level of what the community wants to be sort of aiming towards long-term into the future, knowing that there's like hard decisions for the town to make about how it wants to adapt to changing climate and coastal risks, but it would be a lot easier to sort of do that thinking and do that sort of weighing of options with a sort of positive sense of what you're aiming towards going into the future. So that was kind of the rationale for the 50-year vision. And as Kyle mentioned, it then sort of becomes a target towards which you can sort of measure any planning and sort of investments going along over the years when you say, is this something that's going to help us get towards the vision that we want for 2070 or not? And so it sort of becomes a basis and a rubric against which to measure planning decisions that follow along. And just briefly, the timeline feels like about 2 centuries ago when we started this. But so we began by meeting with people in their homes back when that was a thing we still did in the winter, to sort of just hear residents' sort of vision for what they would like to see for the town 50 years into the future and sort of build a framework for the vision. We then took all that input, from, I think we met with a couple hundred people over the course of many different sort of living room conversations, and built a sort of vision framework, which we then brought back to the community in a second round of community engagement in April. By this point, it had become virtual for obvious reasons. And we kind of got feedback on this sort of broad framework of a vision. And then again, sort of took that feedback. It was an iterative process and developed a draft vision and brought that back to the community and had one more round of interaction. And I'll talk a little bit about how that community engagement worked. And then we finally submitted the complete vision and the report in August. And at each phase of this process, we had live meetings. In the winter, they were in person. After that, they became virtual on Zoom. And we had, we posted a recording of each phase on our website, which we built to allow people to sort of watch after the fact if they weren't able to attend live. And then we also had an online survey that folks could provide comments, through which they could provide comments. And we also had a sort of kind of like a forum, a message board where folks could add photos and comments as well in a sort of open format. So we tried to provide multiple channels to allow people to participate sort of live or asynchronous, you know, sort of in conversation or just providing comments. We shared the drafts at each phase so that folks could have something to look at and kind of respond to. And that was more or less the methodology. And just a quick review of what's in the vision. Sorry, I'm frozen here. So there was an executive summary, the vision itself, which is a pretty succinct thing I'll talk about in one moment. And then we had a section discussing sort of the risks that the town is facing on the coast, some sort of considerations about how to implement projects to deal with those risks, and then appendices that talked about both the community engagement methodology and some sort of examples of sort of promising actions from other communities. These are the key components of the vision, and it's not really anything earth-shattering, and it shouldn't be, but this is where the community really kind of came together over the course of a process. So the 4 key components were beaches, that there should be sort of several distinct beaches that are beautiful and accessible and that provide both recreation and protection for the coast. The harbor should be a gathering place for the community and a tourist destination, and that the businesses in the harbor should be out of harm's way. Coastal development, that there should be a mix of both built and natural spaces. The built areas should be safer than they are now, and the natural areas connected to each other. And finally, the community character, that Scituate should maintain its classic New England small town feel and also be a summer destination and sort of maintain that legacy while adapting to future needs and constraints. Just quickly, so basically making any of those components of the vision a reality in the future, let alone all of them, depends on how well the community understands and plans for storm impacts, sort of intensifying and increasing storm impacts, sea level rise, erosion, and the associated risks to infrastructure and property, and the sort of challenges of a fixed funding pie that increasingly more and more communities are going to wake up to wanting to tap into, as Scituate already is aware. You know, Scituate is sort of on the leading edge of communities looking for funding to adapt to these changes, but increasingly those funds are going to become more competitive. And the purpose of this vision was to sort of help think through some of that so that the community can be in a good position to be proactive instead of just reactive, that there's no way to sort of navigate into the future without addressing these risks. So this is an opportunity to sort of think about and prepare for them head on, and that's part of what's addressed in the report as well. So there's 4 sort of buckets that we put potential sort of implementation options and responses into. One is accommodate, which means keeping structures where they are and doing things to protect them, like elevating them or flood-proofing them. Another is defend, which means you prevent water from reaching the structures in the first place by putting up seawalls or nourishing the beaches or elevating roads. Another is move and get out of harm's way by using buyouts or land swaps or some other way to move people and structures out of the way of the ocean. And another is no intervention, where you stay as long as until nature takes its course. And so basically what we wanted to communicate and what the community was sort of grappling with is that all of the elements of the vision are possible in some places at some times, but there are trade-offs needed and careful prioritization is needed. So some of the questions are sort of with, you know, open eyes looking at the risks, what is possible, what risks does the community want to accept, and what should finite resources support, and an understanding that it will be necessary to build consensus on the priorities, and cooperation, at a neighborhood level, at a town level, will be needed to sort of choose and adopt any of the actions that you'll need to be taking. Here's just a couple examples of some of those sort of tensions and trade-offs that you're in the process of weighing, and I don't think this is a surprise. So, dense coastal development and armoring are sort of in tension and pose a challenge to having and sustaining beaches, because beaches need space to sort of move and fluctuate. That's sort of the natural process of how sedimentation and erosion works. Also, public amenities and broad community support are needed to secure public funds. So you sort of have to give in order to get for those public funds. You have to decide where you're willing to provide those public amenities. At the harbor, there's a desire to sort of maintain and preserve a legacy while also considering what the long-term moves are to bring year-round businesses out of harm's way. And also we heard from the community a strong interest in maintaining and strengthening the maritime industry and working waterfront. That is something that I think will be talked about in more detail in the Downtown Harbor Master Plan, sort of what the considerations are about how to maintain that connectivity to the water. So based on, and in some ways the sort of the big product of this whole process is in some ways the process and the community engagement and the buy-in that Kyle was talking about. I think that's really the most important outcome of this process. And sort of on that stronger foundation, the next steps are really to review and build on the existing studies and plans that the town has to sort of go about prioritizing where to make improvements and investments first. In some ways, Scituate is so fortunate to be to have such a good understanding of the sort of risks and options of its coast. I'll talk about just some of the studies that have been done in a minute. But with all of that analysis, sort of engaging in a values discussion about, given the town's vision and given public support and given how you want to spend finite resources and given the kinds of co-benefits you can expect from different investments, how do you want to prioritize the different options? And then developing an implementation plan about sort of what are the immediate actions that need to be taken, which of your projects that are sort of nearly shovel ready do you want to move on and seek funding for, and what do you need to be thinking about sort of further out towards the horizon in the 10 and 20-year timeframe. And so these, and I'm imagining many of these are familiar to you, but these are just some of the sort of sources of analysis that you can use to go about doing that next phase of planning. The extensive 2016 study that Kyle referenced, 2018 coastal community assessment, which we did, which sort of helped assess community views, which in some ways was part of the genesis of this long-term visioning process. A climate resiliency, climate vulnerability assessment, study about the beach nourishment at Hummerock. And then these studies that were occurring kind of concurrent with our plan, the Downtown Harbor Master Plan that Kyle referenced, the townwide master plan, and a Peggotty Beach managed retreat feasibility study. So those are all like really important and useful resources that will be ingredients that go into the next steps of planning. So let me put that away and just see if you have any questions for Kyle or for me.
Sorry, I muted so you couldn't hear me coughing. Thank you so much for that presentation. There's so much work, and I really appreciated all of the groups and individuals that helped form the visioning process. It was very interactive. It was well led. I know the Beach Commission was one of the groups that you met with, and we rely on them obviously for a lot of hand-wringing on this particular topic. But I will open it to the board to see what comments you guys have, questions. Does anyone like to start? Ms. Kern?
Sure. Thank you so much, Elizabeth and Kyle. It was great. It was a great process. I hosted along, I think also Selectwoman Connolly also hosted a session. I can say that the residents were so appreciative of your format and to be engaged and to be asked about their vision for Scituate. So I think it's a really comprehensive way in which to test the waters, if you will, for everything that we need to do all coastal. So I just wanted to say thank you. And I do have one question because I did read the report that you sent over. In the report, you talked about a 10-year action plan, and Kyle, maybe you're the one that needs to answer this. Have we submitted any grant requests in order to fund this 10-year action plan?
Yeah, so we did. We submitted a pretty comprehensive grant application with the Consensus Building Institute to CZM. And I just had a call with them today that we didn't get funded, and they told us why.
Why?
And yeah, it was definitely unfortunate, but they had 45 or 43 grant applicants. They awarded 25 projects, and this year they went with all shovel-ready projects. And one of the things that they had said was that they really, CZM, they are fans of the 2016 plan because they funded it. And what our proposal was almost leaning more towards creating something new with the resident support. What their recommendation was to use the resident support to go back to the 2016 plan and see what you can move forward based off of having the resident support. So what they had offered us was that they want us to harness the energy that we have existing right now with the coalition, the advisory commission, the beach commission, all these different commissions, and try to gain consensus on what projects we can move forward right now. So I'm meeting with the Coastal Coalition tomorrow morning to have a conversation with them, touch base about what CZM said. This is fresh. We just found out today that like why we didn't get funded. So I want to kind of retreat, regroup, re-enter, and come up with a good plan. I talked to MAPC about another funding opportunity for an implementation plan. So there's a potential we could still get funding for this. The other alternative is that we just do it ourselves. We come up with an implementation plan based off of the energy we have harnessed and move forward, because there are projects that we could move forward on now. So,
I mean, honestly, it makes sense to me. We've spent a lot of money, and we don't need another $500,000 spent on another 10-year action plan that's going to contradict one that was done in 2016. So
right.
I completely understand their ruling if that's indeed what it was. Yeah, so I think your next steps sound good, Kyle, to build momentum for what's already been established and see what we can start to get done, because we all know there's 100+ pages worth, $100 million or more now, right? 40 projects out there that we need to address. So thank you, all of you, and I look forward to your next steps.
Thank you.
Rest of the board, does anyone like to comment? Ms. Conley?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much for this work. I know it's been a lot, especially with the having to go remote, but I think one of the lessons we've learned recently in terms of the Hummerock project, for example, that the devil is in the details, and that everyone's all in favor of everything if it's not very specific. But once you arrive with the heavy equipment and the rocks that are the wrong size, quote unquote, all hell breaks loose. So my hope is that if we have a list of priority projects that we are ready to start to try to figure out how to implement them, that communication be the first order of business well before anything actually happens. Because I'd hate to see us repeat the Hummerock situation. And obviously, whatever we've got on the agenda for seawalls, et cetera. I did ask a question recently about what the status of the Army Corps of Engineers project is that is down in Sand Hills, because those seawalls are in pretty bad shape. And apparently that's being run out of Philadelphia. If we could have a comprehensive matrix done of the status of all of the various projects that are on the books, quote unquote, I think that would be extremely valuable. But I thank you very much for all this work, and hopefully people will read it.
Thank you. And I will be providing a the annual report in the next couple of weeks that will have an update on all the projects. I can't say that all of them will be in there, but all the ones that I've been handling will be in there. And then any additional ones you have questions on, just let us know and we can track it down. And yeah, so basically we're going to now look at all the different plans and ask how the recommended projects fit within the vision that we just created, and then rank them based off of that. And my goal is to kind of reorg a little bit and try to find a way to add the energy of the different groups that have been involved with this process to make sure they stay involved in developing this implementation plan that we're now going to do in-house. So that's why I'm meeting with the coalition tomorrow. They've been great, and I look forward to kind of continuing like building that bond and getting everybody involved. And hopefully, you know, when we do go to move on one of these projects, it's already supported by the town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the board have a question or comment about this report? I just want to mention, I mean, I think the plan's great. There's so many things that need to be pulled together now to I think as someone already said, not to make sure that this doesn't go on the shelf, that this becomes the marching orders, and obviously will help inform the master plan for the whole community. We do, you know, things like the beach nourishment program in North Scituate, that's shovel ready. It's a funding question. And so we need to make sure we're very mindful of when those permits are going to fall apart. Because if that can be actionable, that's great. You alluded to, I mean, not getting the grant speaks to what I think Elizabeth said earlier is, you know, it's only going to get more competitive to get support for these things. So the quicker we can get a plan in place and an action plan in place, the better off we'll be. A couple of the other things that will come from this that I wanted to note is one of the things that was highlighted that it's not sexy, it doesn't impact private property directly, is the vulnerabilities in our public infrastructure that were highlighted. Those are things that I think that I'm sure our DPW is going to have to really wrestle with, because we have pump stations that are going to be perpetually flooded. We're going to have some hard decisions about planning. And a lot of what you had, like in the Appendix C, that were sort of marching orders, really need to really engage our planning board to talk about some impacts of these plans on zoning and long-term planning. So thank you for all this work, because I think you've given us sort of a map, and now we have to, well, I guess we have an atlas, and now we have to make a map out of that, and then we're gonna have our triptych in the final analysis. So if the board doesn't have any other questions, I will just open it up to see if any of our participants on this call would like to ask a question about the Coastal 2070 report that was just highlighted. You can go to your participants and raise hand. Okay, I do not see any hands. So obviously there's no vote required on this. We very much appreciate you both coming in and updating us. And we look forward to keeping this top of mind. You got a thumbs up.
Thanks, Martine.
Martina, did you want to talk? All right, wait. Hold on, there you go. Martina, would you mind just give your name and address?
Sure, it's Martine Duffy. I'm from 62 Rebecca Road. So I meant to do the raised hand, not the thumbs up, but I guess the thumbs up applies. So Elizabeth, great job on the presentation. And I did get a chance to participate, and it was great to see all the stuff that's been happening to study all these really tough questions. I was just curious if you could talk a little about the master plan, and is there going to be a sync between what this group did and then connecting the dots between that?
Yeah, so there was sync involved. So our consultant, correct me if I'm wrong, Elizabeth, you guys were in active conversations with the consultant from the master plan so that they are basically the master plan supports the vision, the vision, and the vision supports the master plan. One actually thing that I don't know if it hurt us, but when we applied to CZM for the 10-year implementation plan, we wanted to include the master plan results, the harbor results, the vision results, Peggotty Beach results. We wanted to include the results of everything to come up with our 10-year implementation plan. And I think they thought that was getting too far away from their meat and potatoes. But in reality, that is our goal. It's to create a 10-year implementation plan that incorporates everything. So when we move forward in the next steps, we're going to be taking all the recommendations into consideration. But the processes to date have been harmonious. I don't know if you want to add anything, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I would say they have been. We tried to sort of keep in close communication with the consultants running the townwide master plan. I think they had more of a pause during COVID, and so our timing was not totally aligned. But I think in some ways it's beneficial that our process wrapped up before theirs, so that it can sort of inform the townwide master plan. And I think Kyle's right. I think obviously this plan about the coast, but there's all kinds of questions that planning for the or visioning or planning for the coast sort of raises for the rest of the town. Because if you're saying, businesses that are vulnerable need to find somewhere to go, you need to think about that in the context of the whole town. If you're saying, gee, our tax base is really going to be sort of shaped by these changes, that is obviously a question for the whole town to consider. So we wanted to sort of ask the questions from the perspective of the coast and then sort of tee up where the thinking and where the planning needs to happen inland and in the rest of the town. And I hope that the master plan, and I expect the master plan, will be able to do that.
Great question. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's there's been a lot of back and forth between the various consultants working on both. And what's remarkable to me is a lot of the same, well, I guess it shouldn't be remarkable. What we've noted in the efforts that this process went through and the outreach, the master plan, is how strong community vision is. People are very consistent about the things that they really love about our community. We are way behind schedule tonight. I don't want to cut this conversation short, but if we don't have any further comments, I'm going to cut this conversation short. Kyle,
Thank you.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for hanging out with us and for presenting all that information. Any other comments before we move on? Okay.
Thanks all so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And the public can still go to the website for Coastal 2070 and read more about this if you're interested in the details. We are now going to our 7:40. I want to the folks who are waiting for interviews, we are behind. We're going to try to speed date on this stuff, but we got some stuff to cover and it's just taking longer tonight. Next up is our discussion of the Sewer Department contract I&I Phase 2 study in Sand Hills. Our Sewer Commissioner, Will Branton, are you here? Can we make him a co-host?
He's there. I'm trying. He's not.
Okay, we're trying to make him a co-host. I will. Jim alluded to this in his comments hours ago. And is he coming along?
No, he's there. He just hasn't started his video. His audio is there.
Okay. Hi, Will. Can you hear us?
Hello. Yes. Thank you for having me. How's my audio?
Your audio is fine. Thank you. So the board did get the backup. We have the maps, but if you could just give us the highlights of what is planned and what is proposed.
Yep. So this will be the beginning of mostly a town-wide sewer study that we'll be conducting with environmental partners. The project cost is just under $400,000. And we'll be going all across town, identifying or going into the priority areas that were identified in the prior study and really narrowing down the scope of what is fundamentally wrong or causing the inflows and infiltration in these areas. And then before town meeting, coming before the board and making proposals and recommendations for remediation and repair of these areas. Great.
And this has been in the works for a while, but we've if I understand it correctly, we've accelerated our interest in getting this work done because we've run into some delays in making a regional sewer plan. Is that correct? Is that a correct assessment?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah, we had a prior study in 2016 that was very comprehensive, and we're now accelerating in order to see those results in a quicker fashion.
Thank you, Will. Does the board have any questions or comments about this? Obviously, Cedar Point was identified as the #1 problem area, and that's under construction right now to replace that. And this would be to identify sort of the next priorities to remove as much infiltration and that we can from our system. Mr. Vignani?
Will, just a couple questions. One of the bids came in at like 1/10 of the other ones. Were they just completely off of the scope, or?
Yeah, they didn't respond to all of the aspects of the scope. And given the comprehensive nature of some of the other proposals that we received, we were very confident in some of the other proposals that we reviewed. So we decided to focus on those proposals as opposed to reviewing that one further.
Okay. And based on the map that's in front of us, we've got red lines and blue lines and green streets. Can you just explain what this map is supposed to tell us?
Yeah, so let's see. I don't see a screen share of the map, but I'll do my best to interpret. From recollection, the small blue square areas are going to be areas where we have flow metering or other metering devices to keep track of flows in the area. We're essentially trying to break these zones down into chunks and then to study those chunks in a manner where we can tackle them in tangible projects. So we're going to be going kind of neighborhood by neighborhood almost off these main trunk lines or main interceptors. We have a large one located on Oceanside, which is the primary interceptor for the sewer system in town, and kind of branching off of those areas. You'll see that we are tackling a large number of areas, and that is due to our focus shifting on restoring capacity in a quicker fashion. So it's pretty much every area on the coast from Egypt Beach all the way to the sewer plant on the Driftway. That entire coastal area we're going to take a close look at.
Great. So it is the whole comprehensive map that the study is going to be on, with the smoke testing and the flow testing.
Correct. We have a specific focus on Oceanside due to that critical interceptor and also the critical pump station at Sand Hills. But we are going to look at the entire coastal area for the sewer system, excluding the Musquashkett Pond zone, as that is the most recent one installed.
Okay, great. I hope we have the success on Oceanside that we're having on Cedar Point.
Absolutely. Mr. Goodrich, did you?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify, especially for folks at home, how important this is. But Will, can you kind of explain, even for folks who might be concerned about trying to get sewer in North Scituate, how just this I&I project and doing this comprehensive study is so important that we can get capacity back? I just think I think people need some clarity on why. I mean, I know it is, but if you can kind of just quickly explain how important it is.
Certainly. Unfortunately for the town sewer system, we estimate that about 40% of the system flow is caused by inflows and infiltration. That's obviously an incredibly significant amount of the flow for the entire system of town. And to have that much just be essentially leak water is a very poor state for the system to be in. The sewer permit lapsed, they regularly lapse. It went in 2016. So we are currently in a renewal period for our permit at the wastewater plant. And with our inflows and infiltrations being at this level, that will likely be scrutinized during the permitting process. They want to see us address these leaks in the system. Not only do these leaks lead to rampant costs for chemical use and electrical use at the facility, they also lead to increased wear and tear on equipment and increased vulnerability to storm events. When there's coastal flooding events, they affect the sewer system in ways that are incredibly significant, in ways that wreak terrible damage to town assets. So by patching these leaks, we will be removing some of these vulnerabilities that cause damage to us on, unfortunately, an annual basis. Yep. So it is very important not just to provide new sewer service to areas that we've identified as needing to expand to, but also to address these ongoing costs, which, if left unaddressed, will spiral out of control.
Thank you. Yeah, no, Madam Chair, I just wanted to thank Will and his team and everyone over there. And again, just for folks at home, how even if some of these projects aren't near your house, the whole system, how it works together, how critically important it is to make sure that we address this together. And Will, thank you for your clarity on this. Appreciate it.
Right, excellent question. Thank you, Mr. Goodrich. Does anyone else on the board, Mrs. Conley?
Yes, just one practical question. If during the smoke testing, if no one's home, how do you know that the smoke is infiltrating the house?
We'll be active on the roadways where we're conducting the smoke testing. For most of the testing, I intend to be in the field personally to observe the testing. We've conducted smoke testing in 2 neighborhoods prior to this round that will be beginning tomorrow. The 2 prior neighborhoods were the Cedar Point area of town and also a small neighborhood nearby Wampatuck School in town.
Well, I guess I'm asking if the smoke gets into the house, if you're home, you can go outside and tell the people doing the testing that the smoke is in the house. If no one's home, how do you know the smoke is in the house?
Good question. There was one case where this happened during the Cedar Point smoke testing. During that case, we were alerted by the smoke detectors in the home. So we were still able to observe that there was an issue at the property, either by visually just seeing smoke indoors or smoke exiting through the windows, or by listening for the smoke detector.
Okay, I never thought about the smoke detector. Thank you.
Yep. And I will point out, it is very important. It's very unlikely that smoke would enter the building, but if smoke does enter your building, it is very important to please notify the sewer division staff, as that would indicate that sewer gas would regularly be potentially being vented into the building.
Right.
And that is a hazardous condition that we would need to find a repair for very quickly.
That's good to know.
Very good to know. Are there other questions from the board? We do have a contract for this work that needs to be approved. I will see if the board doesn't have any questions or additional comments, ask if the public has any questions or comments about awarding the I&I sewer contract as we just discussed. Please raise your hand or turn your video on and jump up and down, whatever works to get our attention. I do not see any of that happening. So I would entertain a motion.
Move that the Board of Selectmen award the contract to provide professional engineering services in connection with flow isolation and smoke testing to Environmental Partners Group of Quincy, Mass. For $393,350 and no cents.
And no cents. We have a motion. Ms. Conley, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Goodrich, makes sense. Then seeing no further discussion, we will need to take a roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield?
Yes.
Mr. Vignani? Mr. Vignani? Oh, you're muted.
He's muted.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Curran?
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Will. We really, one last final question. How long will this whole study take?
The contract has a duration that ends March 31st of 2021. So we're very eager to be before you again in early spring with recommendations for remediation.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much. Go forth.
Thank you.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks,
Thank
Will.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now we're rapidly catching up to our 7:50 discussion of town meeting warrant articles. The first is Article 15, which is a street acceptance of Studley Farm Road. And Sean McCarthy will give us the cliff notes on that.
Hi, good evening. Nice job, Will Branton, tonight, and Kyle Boyd, too. It was nice to hear that earlier. The Street Acceptance Committee held a meeting recently to discuss the acceptance of Studley Farm Road on the town warrant this year. It is a newly developed subdivision. It does have some variances or waivers due to the open space requirement, which reduces the pavement width, which typically isn't a favorite of the DPW in terms of plowing and snow clearing. But I have reviewed the site. The planning board is holding a small amount of money. I believe it's $1,300 for a couple of areas that the seeding hasn't come into along the edges of the roadway. And he's done it repeatedly. Granted, it was a dry summer. We hope things will start to grow in the spring, but a minor detail, I think, in the approval of the subdivision. And the Street Acceptance Committee voted unanimously to add this to the warrant on this year's town meeting.
Does the board have any questions about Studley Farm Road and its acceptance? Do not see any. Does the public have any questions or comments about the Studley Farm Road street acceptance, which will go, if we approve it tonight, it will go on the warrant for town meeting approval in November? I see no hands raised on that.
Motion?
Yes, please.
Move the Board of Selectmen support the
Wait,
place.
Tony, I'm sorry. There was a hand raised.
Good
Sorry,
evening,
we'll have-
everyone. My name is Meredith Reed. I live at 9 Studley Farm Road. I just wanted to join tonight and thank you for your support as we move forward with the road acceptance.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Reed. We appreciate that.
Madam
Mr.
Chair, I think if
Yes.
Tony could at the end, that the motion would be subject to approval by the planning board. They have it on their agenda for this week, but they have not actually approved it at this point. So they still have to approve it. So the motion that Lorraine has, and then at the end, subject to approval by the planning board.
Thank you for that clarification.
Move the Board of Selectmen support the placement of Studley Farm Road on the special town meeting 2020 warrant for acceptance as a public way, subject to the approval by the planning board.
Moved by Mr. Vignani. Is there a second? Second by Curran. Is there no further discussion? We'll go to roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes?
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 and will now be put on the warrant for town meeting review and approval. The next article we're going to review is Article 7, the capital plan. Mr. Karshia, are you available? Come on down. See him? Didn't see him.
Wasn't sure he was going to be available, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry? Chris is not available?
He wasn't sure he was going to be available.
Oh, okay. Do we want to postpone when we can have him present, or will you present on his behalf?
If it's all right with you, both the town administrator and myself attended the capital planning committee meeting last night, and we can, either one of us can present for you.
That would be great. Go ahead. You pick.
Okay, so there were 7 items in Article 7 as proposed for the capital improvement plan. Capital Planning Committee recommended all 7. The first one is the Hummerock Fire Station, which is probably the one that the board will have the most desire to discuss. The Hummerock Fire Station is out to bid. The plan was to have the bids back before the warrant was finalized, so we would have a final number and be able to go to town meeting with an answer as to how much it's really going to cost to replace this facility. The bids will not be back now until October 30th. We only have the filed sub bids in, so we do not know the final cost of the project. So what capital planning did last night was to vote a not to exceed amount of $500,000. If the bids come in and an additional $500,000 will not complete the project, then the project should be halted and go back to the beginning planning phases and start again. If the project can be completed with the additional $500,000, then we should finish and complete the project. So I'll let you think about that one first if you want.
Okay, yeah, why don't we lay them all out and then we'll come back with questions.
Okay, the second one is the replacement of the overhead doors at Fire Station 1. This had been before the committee before. We do it as an ESCO. It was going to be on the special town meeting last year. It's come to a point where we can no longer wait for these doors. They've actually fallen. One of the doors fell and hit an engine. Another one won't go up. It's been a source of repairs, so we just need to replace the doors. And I can tell you that the facilities director, Kevin Kelly, was so happy this morning when I told him the capital planning approved this item to go forward. The Minot Beach parking lot for $292,000, which was a carryover from annual town meeting. The beach sticker revenue did pick up and came in more than we've had in several years, surprisingly, or not surprisingly, over the summer. So I feel comfortable that that lot can now be done with the reserves that are in that revolving fund. The Board of Health requested that the septic loan program that the town approved in 2018, that another $200,000 be requested as a capital plan, since this is supported by the betterments that are secured for the properties for these replacements of failed septic systems. Capital planning was in favor of it. The Board of Health will be happy to do this. They have a wait list now. They've used all of the initial $200,000. The permitting system the town had on its capital plan to replace its inspections permitting system, online system, which has reached its end of life and is no longer supported. It did not go forward in the spring plan because there was not a scope or full price. They have done their due diligence now, and not only will this replace the inspections portion of the system, it will also add on Board of Health, Town Clerk dog licenses, Board of Selectmen licensing, and Fire Department different fees and permits like burn permits and smoke permits. The other thing about the permitting system is we need town meeting to approve the project so that we have funding, but there is a very strong indication from Plymouth County that this would be completely funded under the coronavirus relief funds as long as we complete the expenditures by December 30th. So much so that they actually issued an FAQ on their website specific to the online permitting system. But since we have a written determination and will not receive one, we need to make sure that we have funding in place just in case. The yard jockey replacement at the transfer station, which we spoke about in the spring, which we didn't have enough retained earnings to move forward with. We still don't have enough retained earnings to move forward with. This would be a borrowing authorization for the transfer station, which currently has no debt. And they do need the equipment. And then the final one is something that's been before the board before, that they've expressed interest that they want this project to move forward, the Reservoir Dam project, to get it to 100% design and permitting. We've so far been unsuccessful in all of the grant applications we've placed. We will continue to place them, but this would allow the project to get to the 100% level of design and permitting so that we could then go out for bid for construction for this. And I know that's been very important.
Oh, Nancy, you froze. Oh, there you are. Okay.
I was just doing a still life.
Great. And as you noted, that all of these were approved and reviewed and approved by our capital planning board last night. We are asked to review them, to put them on the warrant and put them before town meeting for final approval. Does the board have questions or comments about any of these articles within the article? I see no, everyone's shaking their head. Mr. Vignani? You're muted, Mr. Vignani.
Yes, I am. The septic loan program, does that get repaid upon sale of the property? Or is that a betterment that pays along over
It can
time?
be either one, Tony. It can either stay with the property or it can be paid off upon the sale of the property.
Okay. And the Minot Beach parking lot, that's predominantly the back lot, right? The second lot?
No.
the main
Sean,
lot.
you're muted, Sean. Hold on. We'll let you talk. Oh, and Kevin just flew in.
Kevin can talk if he wants.
Go ahead, Sean.
It's the paved lot that kind of horseshoes around that existing single-family house. Yeah, Mr. Kelly.
Okay. And what is that? What exactly are we doing there?
There's some
Repaving?
stormwater improvements as well as some elevation improvements in that back corner to try to keep that high tides from coming into the lot.
Any extra spaces?
Yes, there are some. The town does own the dirt lot that's undeveloped and currently used by some of the backyards of the houses that front on Glades Road. And they've been notified when this first came about a few years ago, when they talked about moving, they're not going to be able to use that for parking anymore. They did resolve the initial condo building that does use the parking lot to enter their garages. There was an access easement created for them, I believe.
Yep.
But just an upgrade to the parking lot in terms of stormwater and elevating that rear corner to keep it from flooding as constantly as it does, and extending the lot into the town-owned property in the rear.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions about the proposed bond articles from the board? Okay. Many of these we've discussed before at length. So I will ask if there are any public questions about the proposed articles for capital improvement article for town meeting. I do not see any raised hands on this matter. Would someone like to make a motion? Anyone at all?
Move to accept the capital plan as presented
And to place it on.
for inclusion on the town meeting warrant.
Okay, I think that'll work. That's a move by Ms. Conley. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Ms. Kern had her hand first. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
All right, the Article 7 will be placed on the warrant by a vote of 5-0. We are now up to Article 3, which is the Scituate Public School Special Town Meeting. Article 3 regarding full-day kindergarten funding in fiscal 2021 with Superintendent Burkhead and Dr. Robert Dutch, whom I've not had the pleasure of meeting yet, who's the Director of School Finance and Business. Hi, nice to meet you, Dr. Dutch. And I understand that the advisory met on this yesterday, but I will turn it over to to Superintendent Burkhead and ask you to explain the school committee's warrant to us, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, School Board, and Town Administrator Boudreau for allowing me to be here tonight to speak on behalf of Article 3. Article 3 is asking for the town support in $450,000 to offset unrealized revenue for our full-day tuition-based kindergarten. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we were unable to run a full-day kindergarten program this year, and are in a hybrid model, as you likely know, and did not collect fees from our community this year, which would budgeted for the amount of $450,000. So we're asking for the town support. And I do want to emphasize that this is a fiscal year 21. This is a one-year request, not a multiple year request, only to support us for this year due to these unforeseen circumstances. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, Dr. Dutch and I.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yes, they we heard about this first, I think, last meeting, and I think the board does have some questions, so I'll open it up to them. Who would like to start? Anyone? Questions? All right, I thought we had a lot of questions. Oh, Mr.
All right.
Ms. Conley, go ahead.
Hi. Go ahead, Tony.
Hi, Bill. Yeah, I certainly understand the need for this and understand that the programs were stopped and there's no funding to do this. What I was hoping we could get at some point in time was just a breakdown of the expenses and understanding what component of it is in the budget, what component is paid by fees, and just a encapsulated analysis of the kindergarten, full-time kindergarten program.
Absolutely. I'll turn it over to Dr. Dutch, who can give you the details on that.
Thank you, Superintendent Burkhead. So our expenses on an annual basis are, for this year, were $1,360,000. Excuse me, $1,360,000, of which 95% is staff, both teachers and paraprofessionals in the kindergarten program. A very small percentage of that is supplies and other expenses within the program. We generally, historically, they've budgeted $520,000 for fees through tuition payments. This past year, due to what was happening in March, they budgeted $450,000, which we have not realized, as was mentioned by Superintendent Burkhead. So you can calculate the percentage of the expenses that are funded through the fees that we receive.
And how about the scope of the program? How many classes are there? How many teachers?
There are 11 teachers and subsequently 11 classes in the program. The average class size historically has been around 20. Because of COVID, we've divided them into 2 cohorts, with each cohort having 11 classes, but only 10 students in each of those classes, out of a necessity to keep them separated at 6 feet apart.
Okay, but on a typical year, there's 11 classes?
11 classes full day. Actually, it's 10 classes full day and 2 half-day classes with 1 teacher.
Great. Let me digest that if someone else wants to dive in.
So,
Ms. Conley. Yep.
I guess what I'm not understanding is there is no full-day kindergarten program this year, correct?
Correct.
So we didn't used to have a full-day kindergarten program, but we were paying for a half-day kindergarten program out of the school budget. So I'm not quite understanding why, if we do not have full-day kindergarten, why there should be, I don't understand where that expense didn't just go away.
So Bob, can I just jump in real quick?
Sure.
You have the same number of teachers teaching this year as you did last year when you had full-day kindergarten. However, in order to meet the requirements of COVID and get those class sizes down, you still need all those teachers. So we couldn't eliminate any teachers when we did away with full-day kindergarten because the new COVID model requires us to keep all those teachers. Does that make sense, Karen?
It does. However, that seems to me as though it means that the cost that the schools are asking us to pick up should come out of the Plymouth Cares COVID funding. Are we applying for that?
We have put a question to them whether this is eligible. They have not answered that specifically. We will put in for reimbursement. However, the schools need the funding because that is a hole in their current budget. If we get the funding, Nancy will do one of our little magic accounting tricks and make everything right, but we need to fund the schools to continue to pay the teachers. Why we wait to see if Plymouth County is going to reimburse us?
But if Plymouth County reimburses us, the town will get the money back, correct? It's not going to disappear into the school budget.
No, Nancy would make, again, she would make accounting entries that would transfer that cost from a stabilization cost to the Plymouth CARES Act cost. And Nancy, if I'm wrong, just shake your head, but I'm pretty sure that's close enough. Which is how we do it now, Karen. We pay out of our accounts and then we transfer
Right.
when the county comes back.
Well, it just seems to me as though if the state is requiring that we have these small class sizes in order to accommodate COVID regulations or whatever you want to call them, guidelines, that it would be hopefully considered a reimbursable expense.
We think this cost is strictly because we had to do these precautions for COVID-19.
Right.
So
yeah,
that's why we think it's eligible. We hope it's eligible. But again, the schools cannot rely on that. If we applied and don't get it, we don't have another opportunity to fund this until the spring.
And if town meeting doesn't approve it, what happens?
I would assume there'd be a deficit in the school budget and they would have to make it up somehow. And I won't speak for the superintendent, but most of their budget is personnel.
Yeah, I understand. But I will state that I wish this had come to this board sooner. We were kind of blindsided by this appearing on the warrant last time, and I think an explanation earlier would have been nice to have. So thank you.
That's my fault, Karen. I should have gotten it out to the board sooner.
Well, I think that the school department and the school committee bear some responsibility for that. That's all.
I won't speak for the school department, but the superintendent, his role is to communicate it to me, and I should have communicated it to you. So
Well,
I won't
thanks.
put that on the superintendent.
Thanks for falling on your sword, Jim.
I got a lot of holes in me already, so what's one more?
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I know you covered this. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Kern.
Oh, sorry, I just have a question. Could someone confirm what the fee is that you budgeted? What's the fee for a full-time kindergarten?
For one student or?
For one
in
student, yep, per family, one student. Yep.
$3,500.
So $3,500, okay.
Yes.
Which would bring that to about 770,000 based on your numbers?
If everyone were paying the full rate. There's a sliding scale based on need.
Okay. Thank you.
And I know you cover, oh, Mr. Goodrich, go ahead, sorry.
Is this a recognition that there will not be, I'd like to play an optimist and say there could be a time that we could have full day kindergarten in the spring. So are we saying right now, don't even count on it? Or if they are we going to then charge a fee if there is full day kindergarten?
I think that's a good question, Mr. Goodrich. At the beginning of the year, we stated that obviously the goal is to go back full-time, and if we were able to do that, it's one of the reasons we kept the full staff, because we have the lower numbers, but also if we are to return and go full-time, that we'd have the staff to do so. From what I understand last year and following the meetings, there was a lot of concern about prorated pay and reimbursements and those things. So we're very concerned about doing that. So we've committed to the parents this year that there would not be a fee for the year. And if we do go back full-time, we have the staff to do that if we choose to do that. The concern is that with COVID, there is the possibility of coming back full-time for a week, 2 weeks, a day, a month, and then you're back on fully remote again. So to ask people to pay, and then now we're out a week, in 2 weeks you get into a prorated game, that was pretty detrimental to last year's budget and processing with that. So we've just kind of made that commitment to the families, put them at ease, that we would not be charging this year, because we were pretty sure, we knew that it would be a hybrid model going in, and going in and out of models, so to speak, is a real possibility.
I appreciate that, and I understand that. I guess it's just I'm this is a broader, I guess, question moving forward. We do this 1 year. I know we're saying that this is, a 1 year deal, but once parents don't pay, are they going to now expect, as many other communities, and listen, this is a topic, maybe we should not charge for full day kindergarten. And I'm happy to have that conversation. So I guess I just also want to just caution the board that may be, we may not want to think about this. This will just be a one-off, and we're going to be back having this conversation again. My other question then, this is just, how does the ECC do this if they didn't have any fees for this year? How are they structured differently? Are they paying into Wampatuck? We didn't pay any fees for this year. Is it because they're delayed? We had to pay last year. I mean, how are they able to do it?
They're not. They're not paying this year either. And that was kind of another point I wanted to mention, that, I think Ms. Conley's point about bringing this too late, and I appreciate Administrator Boudreau falling on the sword, but certainly I'll take responsibility as new superintendent that could have got this here earlier, but upon review and finding this out, what I'm finding and learning, and I knew this when I applied for the job, there's a lot of fees in the structure of the budget in Scituate. Athletic fees, we have bus fees that we're not realizing this year because our bus ridership is way down. We're taking a big hit there. Our ECC, which is our early childhood program, is a fee-based program also. We're not charging there, so we're taking a hit. We didn't bring any of those amounts forward because we're willing to pay our share, and we did not want to come to our community during COVID asking for such a large amount of money unless we absolutely had to. So we are absorbing and think we can handle absorbing those fee costs, and thought we'd challenge this. And to answer your other question, Mr. Goodrich, which is an excellent one, and one of my goals as superintendent is to get rid of some of these fees, including the ones I just mentioned. I'd like to get rid of all of them. We know that that can't be done. Part of our budget process this year will be to look at all of our fees and work with the town to start reducing them. And if we have to do so slowly but surely, the goal is that we don't have fees, so we're not in this situation. Nobody likes the situation we're in. Nobody likes relying on fees to run a budget. It's not the right way to do it, but something we're committed to, getting rid of as we move forward.
Yeah, no, thank you. I guess my question on ECC was just they were able to absorb them, which I thought was fascinating and well done.
Well, they're not absorbing it. They're not absorbing it within the ECC. We're absorbing it throughout the entire budget.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, a lot to talk about. I'm thrilled to hear about the hard look at fees when we get back on firm funding. One question that I have that I don't think is answered, and then we also have the chair of the school committee has his hand raised, so I'll get to you next, Peter. Is so if we are not successful in getting reimbursement from the CARES, what's the funding mechanism? I may have missed that. How do we pay for this?
From the stabilization fund.
From the stabilization. Oh, that's right. It wasn't there. Okay. Mr. Gates, I've unmuted you.
Thank you.
Hi, Peter, what would you like to add?
I just want to, I guess, explain to the selectmen that in terms of the timing, I appreciate Jim emphasizing and reiterating that may have been his fault in delaying the information to the board. But I also like to speak on behalf of our Superintendent Burkhead and our new business director, Dr. Dutch. Just keep in mind that these guys, Superintendent Burkhead just officially started July 1st. Dr. Dutch, I believe, was August 1st. These are two of the top posts on the school side, which we brought in. We brought them in to look and rehab our entire budget. These are the right people for the job. They are doing the best that they can, along with the school committee, to address any and all issues that have been brought to us this year. Don't think there was anything hidden, any delays on purpose. This is a lot of work, a lot of heavy lifting. We're dealing with daily issues of COVID that need to do contact tracing. Superintendent Burkhead is up, till midnight every day helping with all of this. I ask for your leniency and having them get accustomed to what's going on in Scituate, to what's going on in the pandemic. They're working, doing the best they can, as is the school committee, and I look forward to seeing the positive returns in the years that come. So I appreciate their efforts and the understanding of the selectmen on this one-time event that we would like to see the elimination of full day K fees going forward. I believe with any community transitioning to that full day K or free full day K offering, there's generally 1 year where they do come to the town to ask for that 1 year of lost revenue. If we can somehow pull it off, this would be a win-win for everybody. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the board have any other questions about this? What we're asked to do, and Ms. Kern, go ahead.
I'd just like to make a comment. Certainly appreciate all the work that the school committee and Superintendent Burkhead, you've had to do all summer. That it is beyond monumental, something that nobody has ever had to face before. Just two notes. One thing that struck me was that the decision to eliminate fees was made without even identifying where the supplemental funds would come from. So I would suggest that as we move forward, we make sure we have a plan before we tell parents that they don't need to pay for these services, because $450,000 is a lot of money. And historically, and then secondly, this kind of flies in the face of the new fiscal policies that we've been asked to review and to adopt here in Scituate, where we're not taking a one-time solution. So for instance, from stabilization to solve a long-time problem. Because we all know in Scituate, I think historically we can all agree that the minute we supplement money like this, it's expected for the years following. So I have no doubt in my mind that at some point we're going to have to take a look at a financial override if we're going to be able to support the school system in its efforts to have full-time kindergarten. I'm just putting it out there because I don't think there's an additional $770,000 sitting on the operational side of the town to transfer over to the schools. So I just say that from a planning aspect as we move forward. We've got a lot of new folks in town, and a lot of us here have been doing this for a long time. We've run a lot of overrides. We've supported the schools for years, and we want to continue to do that. And I think partnership and transparency moving forward will help us get there in a smooth way. And I certainly hope that Plymouth County will approve this reimbursement through the CARES Act.
Thank you, Ms. Kern. Those very important points. Mr. Vignani?
Yeah, I just, again, just a few thoughts. I don't know why we're making the leap to think that during a pandemic, we would, when we really aren't charging people because they're not getting that service, that this would be an ongoing event. We've talked for a decade about trying to get rid of all fees, bus fees, athletic fees, kindergarten fees. So I don't want to make that leap to think that because in this one catastrophic period that we're dealing with, that I don't think anyone's expecting it to continue on. I support this initiative. I think we'll probably get supported from the CARES Act. Just to reiterate what Karen Conley's point was, certainly the effort of the school committee and the school department has been, gargantuan. But we just found out about it when it was sitting on our agenda when we came into a meeting. And Peter, that's what kind of struck us as a surprise, which we didn't like. Certainly anyone on the school committee could have called anybody on the Board of Selectmen and say, hey, this is what we're thinking about doing. So I think that's just an avenue where we need to increase communication between the two boards. But I think it is a rare event. I think it needs to be supported this way, and I'm hoping and confident that it'll be reimbursed.
Great.
Can I just say one more thing?
Sure, of course, Peter.
Tony, I understand. I probably shouldn't say any more, but this I think happened very quickly for everybody. I think that we realized that that the warrant needed to be completed shortly, and communication happened, and nobody withheld any information any longer than they should have. It just kind of I think happened over the last couple of weeks, to be honest with you.
Yep.
That was it.
Great. And yeah, the board, Peter and I have made it a priority between our boards to try to really improve communication going forward on all matters, because we all impact each other. So I appreciate that. I wanted to just echo what Ms. Curran said is, we're drilling down on this because it's a lot of money. We're going to be asked to put it before the town meeting. We want to thoroughly understand it, but that does not in any way reflect any diminishing of our respect for the work that you guys have been doing through such an extraordinary time, and your leadership through some very turbulent waters has been exemplary, and thank you for that. What we're asked to do tonight is to approve putting this on the warrant. We will down the road have a discussion about whether or not the Board of Selectmen will vote to support it as well, but we're not doing that this evening. It's simply to put it on the warrant for town meeting. I would like to see if there are anybody who's participating in this Zoom that would like to have further comment before I would entertain a motion for that vote. I do not see anybody raising hands. So unless somebody has any further comments, I will entertain a motion. Yep.
Move that we put Article 3 on the special town meeting to fund the hybrid kindergarten program for the fiscal year 2021.
It's moved by Mr. Vignani. Is there a second? Second. By Ms. Curran. Seeing no further discussion, we will have a roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
All right, so Article 3 will be on the town warrant. Thank you, everyone, for coming and explaining it to us and presenting. We are now 45 minutes behind schedule. But I would ask if those who are waiting for interviews, if you could be patient for 5 more minutes so we could give the board just a quick little break to go refill our water glasses, and Lorraine can stretch her fingers for minute taking. If there's no objection to that, we will reconvene in just 5 minutes. All right, everyone get their books. Tony, did you pick up your book?
I did.
Yay.
You pick up your book?
I did, only because Mr. Goodrich reminded me at 5:45. Okay. Great. Okay, are we all here?
We are still live, by the way.
I know we are. Hi, everybody. We took a little break from our agenda so that we could go stretch our legs. Is Lorraine back? You can't start without Lorraine.
I'm here, Karen.
Oh, you are? Great. Okay. So we are, unfortunately, we're running way behind tonight, which makes me crazy, but we had some important things to cover. We are now on to board and committee interviews. I really appreciate everybody hanging around. The first committee that we will discuss is the Zoning Board of Appeals. And we have an application from Ms. Susan Harrison, who is familiar to our, hello, Susan, us as the current chair of our Shellfish Advisory. So we are fortunate that we already know you. I just want to find the right, we're at tab 26 is the tab for this committee. We have one opening as of right now. One gentleman, Brian Sullivan, has resigned because of work commitments. And we will be discussing later on this evening about renewing Mr. George Zixis. I hope I said his name right. He's an alternate as a full member. And so Susan, I believe you're applying for the alternate position.
Correct.
All right. Would you like to tell us why you're interested in serving and how you think you can benefit this board?
Sure. So most of you know me as chair of the Shellfish Advisory Committee. My background is in public policy, and I've spent 15 to 18 years working in state and local government policy, as well as federal policy. And I really want to give back, and I enjoyed my time working on Shellfish Advisory Committee. And when I noticed that there were positions open, I contacted Lorraine and thought I was actually first interested in charter review, but there were quite a few people applying for that. So I decided to apply for zoning because I thought that is where the need was. So I'm interested in giving back where you have the need, because I recognize I'm on another committee, so I don't want to take away from someone else who could participate.
Great. Thank you.
Sorry, did I not say? And I think I can contribute. I'm not a lawyer, like I get it. Most people on the zoning board are lawyers, or were once lawyers at one time. I'm not a lawyer. I have a lot of experience in policy, and can understand laws and policies and bylaws and et cetera, and read them. And I'm by no means an expert on the 197 pages of zoning bylaws, but would be able to read and apply them as necessary. And I also, the fact that I'm not coming to you as an expert on this, but with applicable experience, the whole associate member versus full member is starting as an associate. I mean, that seems to be a time to learn about that. And I think I have the background that would allow me to learn pretty quickly.
Great. Thank you, Susan. Yeah, this is obviously extremely important board, and it's the application of law that is the most important piece of this. Does the board have any questions for Susan? No? See, yeah, Ms. Curran?
I will. Susan, hi. Thanks for stepping forward.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, long time.
Yeah. It's always great to see someone step forward for the zoning board, because it does require so much work, Susan. I mean, I really admire those that have been on this board for a long time, because it's a lot of evaluation of plans and talking to residents. So just hoping you understand the extent of your commitment for this particular board. It's, like you said, a board that has a learning curve. So we like to have folks that are in it for the long haul, if you will, because it does, a couple of years, I would say, to get things under your belt to be really effective. And just wondering if you've given any thought to how the zoning board in its role can play in the development in our town. We hear a lot of concerns about overdevelopment. We hear a lot of concerns about development along the coastline, and just kind of curious about your perspective.
I mean, I do think they would play a role as far as being able to an extent, right? Because you also have to follow the rules set forth in the bylaws. So, I mean, I would want to be able to advocate for the town and make the best decision, but you also would have to follow the rules that exist. So you're, some of the things I hear complain about, you're kind of stuck with whether it's a state policy or a state rule on, like, for example, some of the complaints on 40B, you're kind of stuck. And I would love to figure out creative ways to get the best benefit for the town and the best, but recognizing that you're stuck sometimes with the rules that exist.
Right. Okay, great. Thanks.
So.
Great answer. Any other questions from the board? All right, Mr.
I'll just, I don't really have a question, just kind of an endorsement. I really appreciate the way you held yourself and really took on the task of the Shellfish and Advisory Committee. I think you did a great job there, and I think you'll do a great job on zoning also. So I think you'd be a very good choice.
Thank you.
And I would double that endorsement because one thing that the Zoning Board of Appeals requires is attention to detail and really analyzing the situation. And we are fortunate because we don't have to hope that Ms. Harrison can do that, because we've seen her do that already in the lengthy process of creating all of our bylaws around shellfish. So I don't suspect that there's a lot more questions for you because we do know you so well. So I would just say, so this is a 3-year appointment, right? Am I reading that correctly? I would entertain a motion. Oh, wait, we vote at the end, right?
Yeah, we're voting at the end.
Yeah, so normally what we do is we go through all the interviews. At the end of the evening, we will go through all of that. So thank you very much, Susan, for staying up late again. And
No, it's not a big deal. You don't have to wait in the hall.
Right.
You can have a cup of tea and just sit.
wander around the house.
There are some benefits because this is also early for me. Usually it's around 11:30 that I'm on the agenda.
Oh, well, you're going to come back for the vote, right?
Oh yeah, I'll come back.
All right, that's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Before we go on to the next interview, I wanted to start with something. We will at the end of the meeting be talking about renewals, but I don't want to wait until the middle of the night. Well, hopefully it won't be the middle of the night, but many more hours before recognizing that two long-standing members who have served our community extremely well on different boards and committees have decided to retire. We tried to block the doors, but they're not. And I just wanted to call, just let the board know that Ed DeSalvio, who served on the Public Building Commission for 21 years, is stepping down. He was involved with the middle school, public safety complex, the library renovation, and the senior center. And the board just wants to extend our heartfelt thanks to Ed for his dedication to the commission and to our community. I had the pleasure of serving with him throughout the library and then now as the liaison, and he just, he knows his stuff and he really has done a great job chairing that committee for a long time. The other member that is not renewing is Russell Clark from the Board of Health. He has served for 18 years on the Board of Health, and his efforts directly helped to promote public health and safety throughout our community. And he put in countless hours serving on this board. So we would also like to thank Russell for his commitment and professionalism in serving on the Board of Health. So I apologize that I did not mention that earlier, but I did want to call out both of those gentlemen for their long service to our community. Anybody want to say anything about those before we continue with our interviews?
Oh, well said, and thank you for your dedication to the town. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So our next, so now I've messed up my whole screen here. Our next, sorry, I've lost my agenda. Our next interview is, I believe we're going on to Commission on Disabilities. Is that correct? I'm trying to find my agenda.
Yes, Eric Donovan.
And Eric Donovan, you are up.
I am here without video.
Hi, Eric. Board that is tab number 10 is for the Board of, Council on Disabilities. We have 2 renewals and we have several spots open. Mr. Donovan, thank you for stepping up. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in serving on this board?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Donovan, as we've just established. I am a resident in town. I'm 33 years old. I have been a lifelong Scituate resident. I've lived half of my life here as an able-bodied resident, and due to an injury, now lived as someone with physical challenges. And I, at this point in my journey, feel as though I have been left with the ability to advocate, and I think on behalf of anyone with physical or any disabilities in town, Some aren't all able to use their voice, and I would like to step up and make sure that I can advocate on their behalf.
Great. Thank you so much. And you currently, you work with the Mass Office of Disability?
I do.
Okay. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Donovan?
Nope, I
I'm
just.
sorry, I'm on the wrong.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, I messed up my paperwork. Go ahead, Ms.
Oh, may I make a comment?
You may.
I just think it would be wonderful to have Eric's perspective on the board, and it's a great board today, and he'll be a terrific addition to that committee. So thank you, Eric, for stepping forward.
Thank you.
I just want to say I'd be excited to work with you, and yeah, I think it'd be an excellent, excellent addition.
Likewise.
Well, all right. If there aren't any further questions, as you might have heard me say to Ms. Harrison, we go through all of the applications and interviews before we take votes on the committee. So thank you so much for stepping up and volunteering to serve on this board.
Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item, the next board member that we will discuss is for the Public Building Commission that I just mentioned. We have an opening on, and that is tab number 19. We have Joe Anise. I hope I said that correctly.
You did.
Okay. We have one opening and one renewal for this board. So, Joe, if you'd like to introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in serving on this committee and a little bit about what you think you can do to help review our building projects.
Sure. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I apologize. I don't have able to get on Zoom. If somebody could help me with Comcast to get to my house, I wasn't able to do that. Good luck with that, right? Anyway, my name is Joe Anise. I've been a Scituate resident for 38 years. My kids grew up here. They live in town. My grandkids live in town. And it's time for me to give back. And that's really what it's all about. 2 years ago, I retired. My background was I was in electrical construction business for 40 years. I'm 69 years old, by the way. 32 of them, the past 32, was my wife and I in our own business. Our business in the electrical construction industry was in the public sector. I've done jobs up and down north, south, east, and west, Cape and Islands for 32 years. And every one of those, or 95% of those, have been in the public sector. And I for me to volunteer and give back, I think the Public Building Commission is right up my alley, because I know more about public construction than probably anybody does. And I think I could be an asset to the commission.
Great, thanks. Your letter to the current chair, is very thorough. Have you had a chance to sit in or watch any of the meetings?
I have not. I'm sorry, I have not. No.
Okay, I think they are actually meeting partially in person at this point. It's a very important board. We have currently obviously have the senior center under construction, but they've been instrumental in reviewing a lot of our public projects. Does the board have any specific questions that they'd like to address the applicant? I'm not seeing anyone raising hands. You certainly do have a very experienced background. I don't think there are any folks in electrical work on the committee right now, so that's a lovely expertise that would really complement the folks that serve.
Oh, sure.
Do you have any other questions for us?
No, I really don't. I really, like I was saying in my letter, it is time to give back to the community. My wife and I are very generous with contributions to so many of the local charities, and certainly writing checks is an easy thing to do for us. We're happy to do it. But I think it's time, number one, to give back, and number two, I need to do something. and I want to be, but I want to do something that's productive. You know, I don't want to, I'm not interested in being a greeter at Walmart. I mean, no offense, some people maybe want to do that. I want to be productive, and I do have the expertise that could be helpful with this commission. I know I do.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, our town is run by volunteers, so we have heard that. So thank you so much for thinking of us. And as you might have heard me said, we will do all our interviews, and at the end of our deliberations, then we'll take a vote on the new members.
All right. Thank you. And do you need me to be there? I mean,
No. You can go to bed.
That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, and any votes, and Lorraine's very good about just letting people know what the final vote was. So she'll reach out to all of the applicants.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Anise.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. All right.
Our next interview is for Recreation Commission, which is tab 20 in our books. There's one opening, and as often happens, we have two applicants for this position. The first up is Mike, is it Riga?
Yes, correct, Riga.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. I'm always afraid to butcher. We have your application, but if you could just tell us about yourself and why you're interested in serving on the Recreation Commission, that'd be great.
Sure. I'm father of 3 children. I grew up here in Scituate. I've been a member of the town of Scituate since 1988. I myself, my family have the benefit of partaking in a lot of the programs the Recreation Committee has provided to us. And so much as the fellow was just saying, it's time for me to pay back. I mean, the first 5-6 years before children I lived here, I didn't really do anything. Then I got very involved in youth sports, anywhere from coaching, soccer, basketball, baseball, all that stuff that you do. And then when my children started to move to high school, I got involved at that level with them. And then now that they graduated and moved on, I have time, and I just like to do something. And I think recreation is a big part of a community. And I think Scituate has a lot to offer, from the coastline to the woods, the hiking, and then just even the other general, like the Easter egg hunt, or just making the town a fun place to be, and making it attractive to families to come, and the opportunities for families to get out and enjoy sort of nature and just what the town has to offer.
Great. And it says you're an umpire too, huh?
I was an umpire. Yes. Yeah, I was for 6 years at the on the South Shore. So
Carefully, you'll end up chair of a committee. That's great. Thank you so much. Is anyone have any questions?
I do.
Ms. Curran.
I'll jump in. Thanks for coming forward, Mr. Riga.
My pleasure.
You had mentioned hiking and just all the different vast recreational opportunities that are in Scituate. Is there anything that you feel is missing today that you'd like to bring forward as a suggestion?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have an agenda that, a hidden agenda, and this is why I want to get in there, because I have a pet project. But some of the things I'm thinking is more of a kayaking. I really sort of enjoy that. I bought my first boat about 4 years ago, and I'm killing myself for it. Prior to that, though, I get the kayaks, paddle boards are big. I think the North River is a great resource that we have that I don't see much going on. King of Range sort of, weekend kayak paddles, nothing big, but just to get people out to see, this is what the North River has to offer. I was out there this year, and you saw seals, just saw the aquatic life. And I think it'd be great for children to see that, just motivate them to say, oh, there's this aspect of life that I may not have known, and sort of turn them into that and make it easy for people to do.
That's a great idea.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Tony's shirt. There you are.
I can just make a comment. I mean, I know Mike for over the years. Our kids have played sports together and very active into the community. I was going to kind of ask what Maura said, and just you answered that question there. But have you been to meetings and seen what the topics are and kind of engaged at any level yet?
Just from talking to some committee members now that I know Mike Connor very well, and he's my brother-in-law, and talking to him and sort of the project that they work on. So in that way, but I haven't been to any meetings, no.
Yeah, great. Well, I think you'd be a good candidate for the committee. So I thank you for putting your hat in the ring.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Riga.
All right, good night all.
I think our kids overlap too. Great. If the board doesn't have any further questions, I think we'll go on to the next applicant, which is Jennifer O'Neill.
Yes, hi. Apologies, I don't have video this evening, so.
There you are. So Jennifer has applied for the same board, for the Recreation Board. Would you like to introduce yourself? We do have your application.
Yes, so my name's Jennifer O'Neill. I've been a Scituate resident for 22 years. Like the previous applicant, Mr. Riga, I have 3 children as well. 2 have gone all the way through Scituate Public Schools, and my youngest is currently a senior at Scituate High School. And again, looking for ways to give back to the community now that my time in the public school realm is coming to an end. I spent 7 years on the Course Foundation Executive Board as their Vice President of Fundraising. And for the last 6 years, I've been active in SHORE, which is the Scituate High Opportunities and Resources for Education. And I'm currently the interim president of that board. But with COVID, there's not a lot going on with that group right now. And then in terms of, recreation, why did I put my hat in the ring for this? I noticed the opening and I sort of read the mission statement for recreation, fostering the community spirit and involvement, enhancing the quality of life for all people in Scituate. And I just think my background with the Course Foundation, would tie nicely into that as well. I did reach out to the former member of the committee, Jennifer McMillan, and sort of asked her what it was all about. What would it involve? Would it be something I could handle? And she gave me a background about it. Again, involved with rec through my children. I've had children in all the programming. I've taken programming myself. And my daughter's been employed at Scituate Rec since she was 14, and hopefully coming back again this summer for another exciting summer at Scituate Young People.
Great. Yeah, Jennifer, your work on all these other committees has really been extraordinary. So we know you know how to work on a committee for sure. Yeah, and thank you for all of that work that you're going to do. Are they going to let you go from SHORE, or are you going to do both?
I'm not. My son's graduating, so I don't know what's going to happen. I will say I'll put a plug out there. The 3 members of the executive committee at SHORE all have graduating seniors this year. So anyone out there listening, they're looking for help.
That's great. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. O'Neill?
Well,
Yeah,
I'll ask the same question to be consistent. So we're sort of determining. Thanks for coming forward, Jennifer. Is there any type of vision or programming that you think would be beneficial to add to the assortment that's already there?
So I think with the development of the senior center and sort of the recreation program being close by, it would be great to maybe come up with some type of programming that could involve all ages. I'm not sure what that would envision just yet, but I do know other communities have a similar type of programming. And again, just based on where we live, there's just so many opportunities for us to have amazing programs. We already run amazing programs, so I really just would hope to maybe learn more about some of the stuff that's being done and maybe how we could add to that or enhance it.
Awesome. Great, and I couldn't agree with you more about the multi-generational programming, so I agree. Thank you.
Mr. Vignani?
Yeah, I'll just make, very similar comments. I've worked with Jen on a number of projects over the years and years, and she's been, just a great member of committees, a participator. and someone that does things with a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of effort. So I think you'd be a great addition to this committee, Jen. Again, kind of what Maura was asking the first time, are there any projects that you're right now that we're working on that you're eyeing, and have you been to any of the meetings and have any really hands-on contact with what they're doing right now?
So what they're doing right now, no. I will honestly say no, but I was involved with the field project a lot when that was going through the process, going to a lot of the meetings on that, the development of that, and then I was able to actually go to the field for the first time recently for my son's cross-country meet, and just seeing sort of what actually came from the pictures to what's actually out there now was amazing. And I know that was a lot of the Recreation Commission worked on that. I know that they work closely too with CPC and trying to get funding for different types of projects. So, again, I would think I'd need to learn a little bit more about what goes into the committee, the commission, and how it works before I would want to step forward. And again, like Mr. Riga, I don't have any pet projects that I'm looking to push forward, but certainly, like you said, Tony, willing to roll up my sleeves and get my hands dirty when needed.
Right. Great. I think you'd be a great member of the committee as well. So thank you for applying.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Unless there's other questions or comments, we will remind everyone again that we will conduct all the interviews and have the votes at the end, or when the board is ready to make those votes. I don't know. I'm not presuming. The next group of interviews are all applying for the Water Resources Commission. There are 5 applicants, and I will remark that we've had an extraordinary amount of people interested in helping serve the town, and this is and everyone's has something wonderful to offer. We have 1 opening on this committee right now. The question was posed by Mr. Goodrich earlier today about, well, can't we expand the membership because it's wonderful to have so many volunteers. And Lorraine and I looked it up, and this committee is actually in the bylaws. Some of the committees are not actually spelled out in the bylaws. They serve as advisory, but this is in our bylaws, and it says 7 members. So to change the number would require a town meeting vote. So that's where we are on this committee. We have 5 applicants, as I mentioned, and the first up is and we're at tab 25 for this, is Mr. Joseph Miller, who I think is this little box. There you are. Hi, Joe, how are you?
Good. Nice to
Good.
meet
Thank
you.
you
Nice
for-
to meet everybody over Zoom.
Yeah, I'm sorry
Appreciate
you
the time.
stayed so late, have to keep everybody up so late, but tell us why you're interested on this board and what you think that you can offer to the committee.
Sure. So I have not lived in Scituate as long as some others that have spoken. My family, my wife and 2 children have been here for about 4 years now. What got me interested is I think, like a number of you, having consistent and high quality water is important, and it's vital to sustaining our community and to growing it. I've spent some time researching the minutes and looking at the conservation plan and speaking with Becky on the commission, and it sounds like that there's been a lot of really good things that have happened within the development and improvement of the water supply and the infrastructure, but there's a lot more wood to chop, and I just really like to help. I don't have any direct experience on water systems specifically, but I have many decades of experience analyzing foundations, institutions, companies from a revenue expense perspective, doing data analytics and doing cost benefit analysis and any type of modeling cash flow work. So I think those skills can apply to a lot of different areas, and hopefully I can help them out. Hopefully I could be helpful when it comes to analyzing the water system.
Great, and I'll ask you the 2 questions is, do you see an area in particular that you think we could be doing more in this field, in this area?
I mean, it's tough, right? I mean, look, I'm coming in with incomplete information. The only information I've been able to gather is from, notes in the conservation plan that was developed 4 years ago, but a lot of it has changed since then. The thing that worries me the most, I think, is the water treatment plant, and it doesn't seem to be much redundancy in the system, and potentially some deferred CapEx that needs to be put back into that system. And so I think that is the thing that worries me the most, more above some of the other areas that people may flag, like, say, the quote brown water, which I think is under control, and a lot of money has been put into improving that. So that would be but again, I haven't looked at the data or really have full, complete information to know what should be the best course of action to spend the time and money.
Okay. Other questions from the board? No?
Andrew.
Rich, sorry.
I guess, any thoughts on, I mean, some of the work, especially around the drought and conservation efforts, any thoughts on how you might contribute to communication to the public, or your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so from a communication perspective, it's, my thinking was, I think, a little bit along the lines of potentially altering some of the way that we could potentially bill in a way that would be that would raise billing prices during times of peak demand, kind of similar to electrical grid. But I don't think we have the complete infrastructure built now to do that type of billing. It's a good question that I haven't given too much thought on from a how to get the word out perspective. But it's an area that I wouldn't mind digging into and seeing what others have done and how it's improved. And I know that there's been a lot of effort in that space that has actually improved the amount of usage per household, and it's gone down.
I appreciate you putting your hat in the ring.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Nope, for Mr. Miller. We do have a big book with everyone's written applications, so we have details about you as well.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Mr. Peter Noyes, is sitting next to you in the box. Let's see. Hi, Mr. Noyes from Hummerock, as it says on your screen. Would you like to introduce yourself to the board and tell us why you're interested in serving on water resources?
I guess Tony Vignani and I spoke back in March. I took out the papers to represent Hummerock because I feel Hummerock's unrepresented. I've only been a resident of Scituate for 3.5 years, but I'm a lifetime resident of Marshfield. In a lot of ways, I feel like I'm still in Marshfield, but I guess what really interested me is a lot of the disinformation that's out there. I mean, I've read your water system upgrade report. As a contractor, I've met Mr. Cafferty and Sean McCarthy and done some water main work. I certainly don't have, I think I might be the right fit only because I don't have an agenda related to the brown water. I do, I guess my role would be to try to offer my past experience. I actually went to Northeastern with Dan Smith that works in your office, and he finished ahead of me in class, so he's a smarter guy than me. But I have a civil engineering background, public works background, and obviously think that any perspective I have on I guess organizational dynamics is when you have issues, you got what's urgent, you got what's important. I like the Scituate Vision 2070 because you're trying to get ahead of you're trying to address the important issues before the revetments collapse or whatever. But the brown water to me is a certain urgency. I certainly have a perspective, but it's also an arm's length perspective because I don't have the brown water. When I walked around with some of the neighbors considering putting my name in for the Board of Selectmen, that was the biggest issue on the main side. I mean, I spoke to a gentleman Peter Lincoln, that have been on the Water Resources Commission. And there's certainly many opinions on what might address the problem, but it's certainly, in my opinion, it's, infrastructure people take for granted, and it's a big deal, especially if you're the one with the brown water. And then, I think you guys have a plan, but just like the seawalls, it comes down to the funding. But water is unique in the sense that you have you have the opportunity to have broad-based taxes with the property taxes or an override, but you also have the rates. You got federal grants and state grants. And right here in Scituate, right behind me is, I actually believe that, the federal government should be contributing not only within the concept of the EPA and clean water grants, but, we have a federal base here that I believe doesn't have a pilot program. I mean, payment in lieu of taxes is very common but I understand that that's political, but maybe with a state rep that's a military member, we might be able to get the base to contribute. A lot of you may not realize, but, my second winter here, but my first winter, spending the whole winter here, was March 2018. And it was an adventure. And we had no water for a couple of days because the main broke on the base. And you guys are probably better versed. What I know about it comes from secondhand knowledge, but I live here and I walk around there, and those pipes are still exposed out there. And I know there was a dispute between Marshfield and Scituate, and and somehow Dale and the people at the base get to wash their hands of it. But my agenda is more to be able to offer perspective of your tie and bond reports, and but obviously if there's 5 people, just like I never wanted to go head to head with Tony, we have a common agenda. What's important? We're all in this together type of cliche. And I don't have an agenda, but I have a background that might make me one of 7 people that could offer a perspective. I certainly I miss Cody Bellinger's home run tonight, but I don't know how you guys do all these long night meetings, and especially during the World Series.
Yeah, sorry about that. So you do have experience. You served on the Council on Aging and Marshfield Sports and other volunteers. So you're familiar with just board and committee work in general?
Well, my resume may not be complete. I just sent that off. I didn't serve on the council. I actually volunteered doing Meals for Wheels and driving. But what may not be on my agenda, actually, because it's a long time ago. I just turned 60, but I was actually on the school committee in Marshfield when I was a college student. So I have some experience in, but politics is not something as far as, you got my hat's off to you guys. I mean, the political voting thing is silly. It's the hard work that you guys do. Most people don't realize that you guys are just volunteers. I mean, if they give you a stipend, it's not, I just don't know how you guys do it. I mean, at least Mr. Budo over there, he gets paid, but I don't know how you guys do it.
Wait, we're paying him? No.
We pay him?
I don't know. He's probably on his own time tonight. I don't know how that works.
I still have to sit and listen. So.
I don't know how you do it. I hope you got the ball game on.
Yeah, well, you certainly have unique skills that we haven't seen come forward, I don't believe. Well, recently. Does the board have any questions? I really appreciate your background and your expertise for sure. And you're right, we're always happy when somebody from Hummerock wants to cross the bridge. Does anyone have any other questions for Mr. Noyes? Mark?
I don't really have a question, but I think, some of your experience, Mr. Noyes, would be really appropriate. I see that you were a water facility operator as well. You have that certification. So I just wanted to call that out as well. Not only are you a civil engineer, but you seem to have some good exposure to water plants and systems, and we certainly could use that assistance and that perspective. So thanks for coming forward.
Great. If there aren't any further questions, then we will go on to our next candidate, and thank you for your time and for staying up so late with us tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next is Adam Schilp. Did I say that correctly, I hope? Is Adam with us still?
I can't find him.
So,
No, I don't see him on the list. So we're gonna skip him for now. Maybe it was past his bedtime, I don't know. And we will go ask Miss Freya. There you are. Freya Schlegel is on the bottom screen. I know how to say your name. It's 10 o'clock at night. Freya, as most of the board knows, has come in many times to talk to us about these issues. So tell us what compelled you to put your name in for this committee.
Well, first of all, I thought there was an opening, and I'm under the impression now this is Becky's seat that is up for debate. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. Becky's up for renewal.
And there's an open spot.
And there's one opening.
Okay, well, in that case, I'll talk. I
Well,
thought
we will later on this evening be discussing
okay.
renewal.
All right. I think Becky's doing an amazing job, and you definitely need to keep her. So don't replace her with me. I've been very passionate about the water for many, many years in Scituate. I've lived here for 23 years. And I think the goal with the Water Resources Commission is to really educate the public. I think it's quite obvious that we know the issues with our water. We know that we have enough water for drinking. We will never have enough water for irrigation, for washing cars, etc. So I think that the main focus should be educating the public, trying to find gray water uses, more water catchment, drought-resistant plantings, trying to encourage people to get clover in their lawns or other things like that, maybe more hardscaping. This water issue is not gonna go away, and we have to educate the public in order to make it work for all of us.
Thanks, Fred. Those are really good ideas. Obviously, you are well familiar with the committee. I've seen you at meetings, so you have attended meetings in the past for the water resources, I believe.
I actually haven't known.
Oh, no kidding? Oh, well, there you go.
It was my ghost.
So I've crossed paths enough times I've lost track. Does the board have questions for Freya? No? Great. Yep, go ahead.
Sure. Hi, Freya. Thanks for applying for the position. It's Tony. Wanted to know if you had any initiative. I understand the educational component of what you'd like to do, which I completely agree with, and we need to expand on that. There's so many balls up in the air right now in terms of projects that you have going on. Is there anything that you find most intriguing or something that you have a strong opinion about?
As far as the capital projects with water, I really think that we need to look into digging deeper artisan wells. I think that from my understanding of the water situation, that even dredging the reservoir is just going to give us 30 more days, and it's not necessarily clean water. Whereas if we could get the engineers in there and get in deeper artisanal wells and get to clean water, then we wouldn't have to add all these chemicals, and we could have an abundant supply.
So, as you know, many people in the public have been very critical of the efforts of the town for the last, decade of trying to improve our water supply. And the Water Resource Committee is the brunt of these sometimes. Are you willing to get on the other side of the fence and take the criticism that you've given out over the last couple of years?
Of course. I'd be happy to.
Okay. I mean, it's great. I love when people want to get involved and really understand and learn what's going on, as opposed to taking, you happen to be very educated in what's going on, but not taking facts from other sources, but actually have it firsthand. So I applaud you for getting involved and really wanting to get to know firsthand and find out what's going on and know the facts behind stuff, because you'll learn that there's two sides to the issue on everything, even the artisan wells. We've talked about that for years as well. So it'd be good to get, get you involved from that perspective, I think. So again, thank you for putting your hat in the ring. And I think you're certainly passionate about it. And I think that would help the committee by itself. So.
Thank you.
I think what you're saying was she advocated on behalf of water resources.
Yeah, isn't that what I said?
That's what you meant to say.
Yeah.
Any other, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, I guess I just want to say it's always the types of questions you get from people that I think are very telling. And I know over the years, Freya has always asked wonderful questions of things that are kind of important. And so I guess I wanted to ask, just going, because it's dear to my heart, on the communication piece. I know you touched about it, how educating is so important. What sort of ideas do you have to really, because some of this is just difficult, about talking about how the drought and talking about why clover is good and gray water. What sort of ideas that you'd like to kind of get that across to folks?
My initial thought was to talk to the kids and get them to encourage their parents to have more organic means of plantings in their homes, not having chemicals on their lawns, because I think that parents might listen to their kids more than they listen to even experts when it comes to some of these things. As far as, I don't know, you could make videos, you could educate people that way, but unfortunately, I think a lot of people do, they have their 3-inch grass with it's exactly the same color and they want it all looking like that. And those aren't necessarily people that would even be targeted by these educational things. I think it's the people that are on the fence that are willing to learn, and engagement probably, on social media, and, maybe doing little blips on social media to say, hey, this is what you could do, or this is what this person has done, and these are the changes that could be made.
That's great. Thank you. Where's Bill Burkhead? Get the curriculum. Water conservation.
And Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Of course.
Freya, those are all great ideas, because I will say when I first became a board member, the Water Resource Committee was one of my first liaison positions. And the membership back then was highly focused on education, outreach, and collaboration. So it would be really nice to see that revisited. So great ideas.
Great. Well, 10 o'clock. Freya, thank you so much for sticking around with us. As we said, we've got one more candidate for this one position, and so I think we'll move on to her. And thank you for coming over and raising your hand to apply for this position. Lorraine will be letting people know what happens, so you don't have to stick around unless you don't want to.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And so with that, our last candidate is Emily Simmer. Look how fast she got off that.
Well, I was asked to unmute early, so I'm ready.
There you go. Well, thank you so much for staying with us for so late. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in this serving on this committee?
Sure. So I'm Emily Simmer, and I moved to Scituate in 2007. Actually, my husband and I bought a house on the Scituate Reservoir, which was full and beautiful when we looked at the house in July, and then was full of mud and stumps in October of 2007 when we got here. So that was a little bit, so, just to say that water, our supply and resources in this town are on my mind every day when I look out my window and see the levels, and have been on my mind since I moved here. And prior to that, I was living in Los Angeles, which has its own set of water issues, which are different in a lot of ways, but there's definitely some overlap. And I've always been interested in the environment and conservation. I was involved with Sustainable Scituate when we first moved here as well, which was not dealing with water issues specifically, but and I guess just being on the reservoir, it's just always intrigued me what is going on with the water And certainly there's a lot of misinformation out there, and a lot of speculation and a lot of just opportunity, I think, to reach out and invite people to be part of the solution in some of the ways that have been discussed tonight. And I've been working for Mass Audubon for the last 9 years, and I'm familiar with the work of the Watershed Association and how they cooperate with the town. And just coming from, living and working in Los Angeles, where I worked for a different organization that was very involved with working with the city governments around infrastructure and solutions with stormwater and things like that. It's just a very different culture out there where, it was built on a desert. People sort of get it. We're not really supposed to be here. This water really isn't for us. And I feel like there's an opportunity, that's definitely for after decades of, public information campaigns. But I feel that that approach could be really helpful here as well in helping people to understand, it's not just throwing blame in one direction. There's a lot of complicated issues at play, and we all need to work together and be part of the solution.
Great. And have you had an opportunity to review the work that this committee's done already, or talk to any of the members?
No, I first knew this committee existed when there was the public forum with the North and South River Watershed Association, which I guess was over the summer. And then I tried to get on the list for the meetings. And actually, I found out today there was some snafu where those weren't getting sent out, because I kept emailing Becky and I was like, I hate to be a pain, but like, I'm not getting any of these emails. You said there was a meeting. So anyway, I've been trying to. I have just not succeeded yet.
Great. Board questions? Oh, I think you must have covered. Oh, Mr. Goodrich.
Yeah, no, so your background is incredible. Madam Chair, you didn't say these were going to be some of those difficult votes that have to be taken, because there's so many qualified and amazing people. And I mean that sincerely, just how much you guys care and your background on this. My thoughts are just on again, anything that you think either that we can that's missing or that's not there. I know we're talking about balancing conservation efforts, and you touched upon a little bit on the communication, but just any more general thoughts on anything that we could be kind of moving the ball forward on.
And I think incentivizing good behavior is sort of the direction I'm looking from. I know we talked about there's programs, and I know I brought this up in the watershed meeting, that there's the campaign in Los Angeles where people get deflected costs on replacing parts of their lawns, which is a whole different environment where they couldn't really have big lawns anyway. But I know financial incentives are kind of a tough thing right now. I did like the idea of sort of incentivizing lawn replacement. I know we did a contest I was involved with a bunch of years ago during the summer to see, which team could conserve the most water in a certain time period. I think just making it sort of a fun and engaging, I guess, yeah, I'm not sure if I'm really answering the question, but
no, that's, yeah.
Just incentives and ideas and more specific information about what people can do and where to kind of stop throwing the blame, I guess, if that makes sense.
Thank you. It's helpful. Thank you very much, and thank you for again offering to be part of this.
Sure.
So I do have to ask, as a butter of the reservoir, what you think about the current proposal to expand that to get more water.
I mean, from what I understand from what I've learned about it, it seems like a good decision. It seems like a good direction to go in. It seems that it would be useful. I don't have all the, the thorough details, but, and I think that's another opportunity to engage with residents as well, because, again, I think it's a situation where there's a lot of sort of fear and rumor and uncertainty, but I don't think it has to be that way. So I'm on board.
Yeah, I had one question. It occurred to me that we concentrate on people using their irrigation systems as a source of a lot of use of water, but it struck me that probably worse are the people filling pools, because you can't see it, you don't know that they're doing it. And my question is, since you come from LA, where it's land of the pools, do you know what solutions there are in LA for not having people just turn on their hoses and filling their pools? Or
I'm not super familiar with anything specific like that, but I have wondered about the pool issue because I have never had an in-ground pool, but I'm under the impression that people get that water trucked in and it's like this whole process, but I'm not fully aware of any. I'm not like ready to go with anything.
Yeah,
any
well,
ideas there, but
I just think it's something that we need to look at, and I think people might get their pools filled at the beginning of the season by having water trucked in, but then when we're in a drought situation, when they shouldn't be topping off their pools, that's what they're doing. So my hope is that Water Resources could actually look into, a solution to that. And
that definitely seems like a large area that could be covered.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward.
Yes. Does the board have any further questions for Ms. Simmer? I don't think so. Well,
thank you.
Thanks for batting clean up for us tonight. I do think Lorraine wanted to just make a general announcement about the appointment process. Lorraine, did you want to chime in?
Yes, thanks, Karen. I just wanted to mention to people while we have a captive audience of appointees that I don't want to push Kathy Gardner, our town clerk, over the edge. And on top of all of the absentee ballots and people coming in to vote, to have people appointed at the town clerk's office. So we're going to send out appointment letters, but I'm going to ask that people come in after the November 3rd election to get sworn in, because it's just very busy down there right now.
Okay.
That's all. I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, no, that's a really good thing and we'll put those in the letter, obviously, when we send them out.
Yes, we will.
Great. All right. Well, I believe that concludes tonight's interviews at 10:10 p.m.
Did you want to do just one
Emily,
more
thank
check?
you so much. Sorry, Lorraine?
Did you want to do one more check for Adam Schill?
Oh, yeah, Adam. Yeah, there was one.
I don't think he's
I'm
there.
looking at the list. There's no Adam.
I do not see him.
No, we can reach out to him and see if he's still interested tomorrow.
I'll do that.
Okay. So I do believe that concludes tonight's interviews. Thank you to everybody that stuck with us, and thank you to the board for, as always, thoughtful questions. This is a challenging year, and I do just remind everybody, if you don't get appointed, you can still, all meetings are public, you can participate, you can learn, you can contribute, and we go through this process every year, so don't be discouraged, and know that your willingness to volunteer is A, we don't let you get far, and B, we really appreciate it. So with that, I think we have a couple more things to talk about. Let's see, 9:15, an hour late, we have a budget calendar that Nancy has prepared for us, as she does every year. Nancy, you want to just quickly give the overview of the schedule? Or you could read every line, because why not?
I won't do that to you. The budget is already underway. The capital plan, Jim is reviewing with departments tomorrow. and the next day, and may have his recommendations as early as next week. And that will be going off to Capital Planning Committee after that, to start their deliberations. And then the budget is with the departments now, and it is due back November 3rd because that's election day and the day after taxes are due. And I thought it would be a grand day to have everyone submit their budgets on that day.
I didn't know you had an April streak.
Many an email came back to me like, what were you thinking? Oh, of you, obviously. So the fiscal 22 budget cycle is alive and well, and you have the draft timetable in front of you, just so you know when things are going to start coming before you.
Great.
Awesome.
And just so the public knows, yeah, there's a very detailed schedule so that, you know, all the moving parts that are necessary to put together a town budget are on track, and Nancy's got her whip out to make sure that those deadlines are met. But it's a lot of work, and particularly this year, it's going to be very challenging, not exactly knowing what the future holds for our state funding as well. So does the board have any questions about the schedule or this year's process? I believe we have to vote on the calendar.
Move to approve the fiscal year 22 budget meeting calendar schedule as presented.
Moved by Ms. Curran. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Vignani. This requires a roll call vote.
Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Great. The next item, the motion passes 5-0. The next item on our agenda is to discuss vote a letter opposing MBTA service cuts. Jim, you want me to run down it, or you want to run through this?
I'm still shaking my head that we're starting the FY22 budget already.
I know.
We've, the chair and I have been on some calls with some of our neighboring communities right now. The word we're getting is that the T is planning cuts in services that would be particularly impactful on the South Shore. They could go as far as completely eliminating ferry service and severe curtailment of commuter rail service. You know, the ridership is down now because people are working from home, but you're not gonna be able to get people back to work if there's no way for them to get back there. So it could have a real impact on us, on some of the development we want to do down around down on the train tracks and the commuter rail stations. But really, it's going to have a bigger impact on those residents that depend upon the commuter rail and those that take the ferry to get back and forth to work.
So we do not have a proposed letter right now because it's, as Jim said, that sort of a regional conversation. The MBTA board will be taking a vote on this matter. I believe it's in 6 weeks. I don't have the date in my head because it's too late. And
November
they've
4th?
asked, pardon me?
Is it November 4th?
I thought it was further than that, but it may be. Jim, do you happen to remember what the date of the vote is? Oh, you're muted for some reason. He's looking, he's sighing. In any case, we don't have the draft. There's obviously, this impacts a lot of things. It's also, in my mind, completely counter to all of the investments that have been made on transit-oriented development and environmental impact of fossil fuel cars. So what I'd like to ask the board to do is to give Jim permission, because it's such a fast-moving thing, permission to draft a letter on our behalf in support of maintaining services on the South Shore. As he mentioned way back at 6:30, he did for the North-South River watershed.
That meeting is, the advisory board is meeting November 4th.
It is November 4th. Oh, there you go. Thank you. So obviously we're not meeting again till the 3rd. So if we're going to opine on this, I would ask the board to consider authorizing Jim to work on our behalf on this. Is there any objection to said? Okay. Do we need a vote on that, or do we just direct you? I think we just direct you.
I would take a vote, please.
Okay. Does somebody want to attempt a motion?
Sure. Move to approve the authoring of a letter to the MBTA from Jim Boudreau on behalf of the board and the town regarding the proposed cuts to Greenbush and the water shuttle.
Moved by Ms. Kern. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Connolly. This requires a roll call vote. Whoop, did we lose Lorraine?
Sorry, I was muted.
No.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes?
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. The motion passes 5-0. And thank you, Jim. We can work on that down the road. So the next item is the warrant articles for town meeting. We need to discuss and vote those. Trying to find page here. So is this in the backup somewhere that I'm not seeing, guys?
It is. It's on page 50.
Oh, okay. I'm too far down. Okay. Hold on a
You
second.
want the article listing, right? Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, so we have 18. Is the citizens petition on for, oh, we decided that the citizens petition we'd leave on. And were you able to reach them, Jim, to see if they want to be on?
We have not heard from at this point.
Okay. So the intent is to leave, as you mentioned before, we leave it on. If they end up saying they don't want it, then we can withdraw it at the time.
Yeah, and there is a member of the advisory board who's on the board,
Yep.
and he was going to reach out to them, and we haven't heard at this point.
Okay. Jim, did you want to add anything to the list, to the discussion about the list of submitted articles?
No, I think we've been through it a couple times ad nauseum. I see Tony's already yawning, so me too. I'm just hiding it better than Tony is at this point. Yeah, I think the boards, we've discussed them at least twice now.
Okay.
In pretty good detail, so.
Does the board have any further comments about the proposed articles as submitted? No? All right, then I will entertain a motion.
Well, can we just hold on for 1 second? I'm just stumbling
Sure.
through them again real quick.
You were yawning. What do you
Are we, Madam Chair, point of order, are we voting our approval of each?
Jim, I believe we're just voting to put them on the warrant, right?
I believe you've put them all on the
I
warrant.
thought we already
in this
did that.
place.
Oh,
Yeah.
see, this is why I should never do anything after 10 o'clock at night.
This is to actually vote on the warrant articles for the November town meeting.
Oh, well.
Yes.
Whether or not we support them?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You
Do
can
we
do
have to do
that.
them individually or
Well,
how do
I
we-
think a quick way to do it would be to do it almost the way we do the budget.
Yeah, do a hold.
Go through them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If there's any holds, pull them out. Otherwise, and then vote them all as a group, and then go back to the ones that are held.
I will take that very good advice. So I will now read through the submitted articles and just shout out because I can't see all of you and see the list at the same time. So if you like to hold, just pretend you're a town meeting floor and say hold. Okay, number 1 is unpaid bills. Number 2, FY21 budget reconciliation. Number 3, FY 2021 hybrid kindergarten program. No one wants to hold that? I'd like to hold that, sorry. 4, transfer, sorry, Jim, I can't see you. 4, transfer free cash, retained earnings to capitalization funds and reserves. 5, pay down debt on athletic fields project of $300,000. 6, rescind debt authorization. 7, capital plan revisiting. 8, community preservation, FY21 projects and allocations. 9, community preservation project reconciliations, if any. 10, local option acceptance for SPED reserve fund. 11, local option acceptance of Mass General Law, Chapter 147, Section 139, free dog licenses for persons over 70. 12, sale of Counts on Aging and Minot Fire Station. 13, cell tower leases. 14, zoning bylaw amendment, signs. 14, street
Hold.
acceptance. Oh, sorry, I see a finger. Do you want to
Yeah,
hold?
the sign. the
Okay,
sign
hold
bylaw.
on signs. Where is that? Sorry, I lost it. Hold on number 14. Number 15, street acceptance, Studley Farm Road. 17, sorry, I skipped one. 16, street acceptance, Deer Common
No, we
Road.
did not put that one on. That one is not on.
Deer Common has been retracted. Okay. So then the new 16 is change of Board of Selectmen to Select Board. Okay, the only question I have on that is Select Board, 2 words. Can we confirm that before we print?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And the last is, it says citizens petition appropriating $5,000 to South Shore Community Action Council. So,
Ms. Chairman,
yes, ma'am.
you're off by 1, and I think I know where it is. I think your, the list still has community preservation reconciliations on it,
Yes, it does.
and that's gone. There weren't any.
Okay, so it was if any, so that doesn't. So
So you only have 16 overall, and you read all the titles.
So you held 3 and what would now be 13, the zoning bylaw amendment.
okay. Do I have a motion for all articles except Article 3 and Article, what did we just say it was?
It would be 13.
13.
Although I wanted to hold 18 as well.
And you
Yeah, I
wanna
want to hold,
18?
yeah, 18, 17, whatever number it is, that last one.
Okay, so the last one is,
5,000.
I agree, Andrew.
okay. Do I have a motion for all articles besides those 3?
Move to approve special town meeting articles as presented with the exceptions of Article 3, 13, and 17.
16.
16.
16, sorry, 16.
Moved by Ms. Kern. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Oh, I think Mr. Vignani got under the wire on that one. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Okay. We'll go back to the hybrid kindergarten program. I'm the only one that seemed to want to hold that. I just thought, given the robust conversation we had, that we should have a separate vote on that. Does anyone want to make a motion concerning that one? Or have further discussion?
Well, I'll just add a quick comment. I think it was said enough times that this is a one-time special event, change to the budget process. And I think everyone's in understanding that that's what it is and that these are unique times. And, this is really the only option we have, and hopefully we'll get it reimbursed. But this isn't something that is going to roll into be repetitive, without certainly further discussion.
Okay, great. Jim, is this language here what the advisory board was happy with?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
Referring to it as the hybrid model.
okay.
Yes, we changed the language from full day kindergarten to hybrid model.
Okay, I think that's much clearer.
Yeah, that's actually very smart.
Yep. Okay. Does anyone like to make a motion on this article?
Move to accept item 3 as written.
Moved by Mr. Vignani, seconded by
Second.
Ms. Curran. No further discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Okay, the article will be on the warrant and is approved by the board 5-0. Now, Ms. Conley, you wanted us to hold the signs
Yes.
article.
First of all, did the advisory committee vote on the sign bylaw? It looks like they have not.
Yes, remember, I don't believe they did. I
They
think
did
they
not.
held that.
They held
Okay.
it till tomorrow's meeting.
Okay. Second of all, Andrew,
Yes.
you're the sign guy.
Yes.
Is this the changes that have been made? Are they satisfied? Do they satisfy you? Do you think they would satisfy a challenge from the ACLU, for example? Do you think it's going to cause a lot of discussion on town meeting floor? So because there's so many different ways to go about this issue, but I'm just asking for your input since it's there because of a discussion that you started a couple of years ago.
Yes, so it was the first time when we talked about this when I was on advisory. It was a 7-1 vote, and I was the one no vote. Looking at this again, talking about this, the issue is going to be the 60 days, because how many folks have had signs up for more than 60 days? And we talked about that. Should someone be able to take it down? And this is, I'm not the first one to say this in a public meeting, but there is a gaping loophole in this bylaw, which means it does not need to be consecutive. So after 60 days, you take your sign in, you clean it off, you make sure it's fine, you put it out the next day, because for free speech advocates like myself, public safety is the only best way to do it, and making sure your sign is safe and not going to be blown away in your neighbors is the only way to do it. So I'm a yes vote on this.
You're a yes vote on this bylaw.
Yeah, and it should absolutely, it absolutely passes muster. So, but there will be, I bet there'll be someone who'll say, I want more than 60 days.
Or there will be someone who doesn't want there to be a loophole, because I think the whole intent of the bylaw as it was originally written was to prevent the town from being overcome by clutter. So I think that, yeah.
But we're bound by, it's actually not even the federal law. With the Massachusetts Constitution is pretty clear in this too. So we're kind of bound on what we can and can't do. So if someone does want to really close that loophole too much, it's going to become very cumbersome and would have to probably, again, I think folks will hopefully, folks will understand, and this is the best solution for everybody. Because we don't want to be the sign police. We don't want to decide who's.
Well, but
right.
a bylaw does imply we are the sign police. It's multi-pages about what you can and cannot do, the size, the placement, et cetera, et cetera. So we are the sign police. I guess it just depends, are we the sign police for temporary signs? So I just bring it up because I actually looked at the Cohasset sign bylaw and I found it clearer, shorter, seemingly, but making a lot of the same points I think we're trying to make. So at any rate, that's just my 2 cents.
A lot of this, the genesis was before the pandemic, and I told people, I said, what if there was a war that you were really passionate that you were against, and the war's going to go more than 60 days. So we're going to say, end that war. Who's going to, I said to people, I said, do we want to be that person to say, no, I don't want to say anything, or Black Lives Matter, or.
Well, I was just going to say, we've got peace signs up all over the place now. We've got Black Lives Matter signs. We've got, hearts all over the town. So, I'm not against free speech by any means. I'm just saying that I think the original intent of a sign bylaw was to prevent the town from being, like I said, overrun with signs. So anyway.
I believe this is a postponed article, right? And I think we approved it. We supported it last time. Did we vote?
I don't think we did. I think we had, Andrew, remind us, didn't we present it at town meeting and it went down in flames?
So this is the revised one.
But I don't recall that we actually voted on this. Not that it matters, but because we have to vote again, but.
Well, at least you voted to bring it, like, we didn't
Would have
vote.
voted it because this was on the annual town meeting warrant in the spring, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking we already
I
reviewed.
thought it was postponed.
I think we
Well,
postponed it.
the meeting was postponed, but
It was because of the meeting, not because of the article.
Well, like I said, I don't mean to be argumentative. It really doesn't matter, but.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean.
Karen, is there a section of it that you think?
No, it's just the whole thing that if what we were trying to do with temporary signs was to prevent them from being all over town with nobody having the ability to say, you know, you have to take that sign down at some point. But again, there's Black Lives Matter. There's all kinds of advertising signs going up all over the place. I saw a guy placing a 1-800 no junk, take junk from my house right on town hall property today. So these signs are all over the place, and you know, if people don't mind, I'm not.
Well, I think people do mind.
Yeah, those signs we have, we'll go out and get those.
Yeah.
We'll go and get the commercial signs. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, guy was down there right as I was standing there talking to Maura today. So
He was out there standing with it. I don't know if he left it. I didn't look when I came back, but he was out there standing.
He picked him up.
anyway, it's late. I digress. Sorry.
Would someone like to make a motion on this article? No?
No, sure, go ahead, Andrew.
All right, I move to accept the sign bylaw amendment section 710 for the town meeting. I don't know if I did that right.
To be included in the town warrant. Well said.
Town warrants.
Moved by Mr. Goodrich. Is there a second?
Well, it's not to be
Oh,
included.
no, I'm sorry.
It's
You're
not to
right.
be included, we're
Approved.
approving it,
Approved.
support or not
Yeah,
support.
approved. Do we support it?
To support it.
Has
Okay.
the planning board weighed in on this?
They're
Yeah,
out.
they wrote it.
It's their
It's
article.
their article. Did they approve it?
I'm
It's
assuming they
zoning,
approved
it's
it
not
for
planning.
inclusion in the warrant. Yeah, otherwise it shouldn't be here.
Well, it's zoning.
Yeah.
That's their article. And
Shouldn't be unless the
presented
planning
it.
board voted to send it up to us.
Planning
Is
did?
this? Is this zoning or is this the regular
No.
bylaws? Isn't it the regular
Zoning.
bylaws?
Zoning.
Well, why does it say then that it's submitted on behalf of the planning board?
Because it's from the planning board. That's why I'm saying they had a vote to send it up to us.
Okay. So there it is.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. If there's not any further discussion, have a roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
No.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
So the motion passes 4-1, and that leaves us with the citizens petition. Mr. Goodrich, you held that?
Yeah, I mean, while I typically would always support the citizens petition, the fact that they haven't gotten back to us, I'd rather give that $5,000 to the food pantry. I don't know why just this group, but right here, they're not even responding to us. I don't know, it's just a bit odd to me that we were just, are they even around anymore? I mean, I don't even know if we can't get a hold of them.
They shut their phone off.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you pulled this because I was too blurry to remember, but I just, on general principle, I think we voted against it in the past because why this group? Just because they came forward. There's plenty of groups, as you mentioned, that are well-deserving, but it's not our job to fund not-for-profits. It's our job to run the town. So I've never been supportive of this kind of use of public funds.
I agree. I thought we were not in favor of it again, so we didn't. So I'll make a motion not to support it if we're ready.
All right, moved by Mr. Vignani. I would be happy to second, Ms. Curran seconded that.
Yep.
Any further discussion? No, then we will take a roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Okay, so that was 5-0 not to support that article.
Mhm.
Okay. Then, because it is 11, let's see, wait, what's next? Yeah, it is 11:37. I asked Mr. Vidro to ask Ms. 10:37. I love it. It's tomorrow in my mind. We asked Ms. Holt if she would remind us postponing yet again, and considering we got our bonding, that she's fine with that. Are you okay? So we will once again. Thank you. Do that and move on to a vote and discuss boards and committees. Would the board like to address the interviews that we had tonight? Or are we too tired?
I'd be happy to do the zoning board.
Okay. So we had one opening and one extraordinary candidate. Do I have a motion?
I'll have a motion. Is there a specific?
Yeah, there's a whole thing.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah.
Move to appoint
Okay.
Susan Harrison to the Zoning Board of Appeals, first alternate for a term of 3 years or until a successor is named and completion of the Conflict of Interest Law online training program is completed within 30 days.
Moved by Ms. Conley. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Vignani. Roll call vote. Noreen, are you
Oh, you had to
ready?
unmute, sorry. Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Is the board prepared to review any of the other open seats this evening, or should we do that all on the 3rd after we interview? I
would support recommending Eric Donovan. There are no other applicants there either. We could get that done if people would be so inclined. Okay.
I see no objection. Would you like to make a motion?
Move to appoint Eric Donovan to the Commission on Disabilities for a term of 3 years or until a successor is named and completion of the Conflict of Interest Law online training program is completed within 30 days.
Moved by Ms. Kern. Is there a second?
Second.
Pick one from Ms. Connolly. This requires a roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Okay. And the same with Joe Anise. There's no other openings. Would the board like to discuss that opening and his application tonight?
I think he's a good candidate.
That'd be good. Yeah.
I'd support him if someone wanted to read that motion.
I would too. It's nice to have someone in the construction business there. Move to appoint Joe Anise to the Public Building Commission for a term of 3 years or until a successor is named and completion of the Conflict of Interest Law online training program is completed within 30 days.
Moved by Ms. Curran, seconded by?
Second.
Ms. Connolly. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Would you all mind waiting until the 3rd to do the rest? Is there any burning reason?
I mean, they can't go in and get their ethics tests till after then anyway, so.
Yeah. Can we do the renewals on the
Yes, I
second
was
page?
going to move on to those. Yeah, we had so many good candidates. I really want to have time to just sort of digest their interviews. Okay, so we have renewals way down here. Hold on, I got to find the right page.
I've got the.
You have them in front of you? Okay.
Yeah.
I would just suggest that
I
we
found it.
hold up on the renewals for anyone that we're not doing the other one, so I wouldn't do the water
Right.
resource.
Right.
That's a very good point.
Look at
So-
that in total. Okay.
Yep, that's a very good point. Where is that
And,
the only
and I just
renewal?
want to be, I think it's clear. I think we just let's kind of clarify why we do that. You know, I think when we look at the terms and lengths that people spend on some of these boards, which is awesome, sometimes it's nice to just give other people a chance if the board so sees fit. That's the only reason why I support Tony saying, let's just wait a minute till we look at everybody collectively. It's always nice to have legacy there as well. So that's always taken into consideration too.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. So I look at the list of committee applicants and each of, we could do, so then that would mean if, under that rule, we could do the Commission on Disabilities. We just appointed Mr. Donovan, and there's 2 renewals. So we kind of broke our rule there, but
No, because there was only one slot.
No, because there's only one spot
oh,
open.
there was only one slot. That's right. Okay, so we can do there's 2 renewals for Commission on Disabilities, and then there's the renewal of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Would someone like to make a motion on those?
Move to reappoint George Zizes to the Zoning Board of Appeals as a full board member for a term of 3 years or until a successor is named and completion of the Conflict of Interest Law online training program is completed within 30 days. He moves up from alternate to full member.
Okay,
I
motion
think
by
we can
Yeah,
probably
do
do
all
all 4 and do one roll call.
Yeah, let's do that. Very good suggestion. Ms. Conley, do you want to do?
Sure. The Commission on Disabilities?
Yeah, yes, please.
Yes.
I'll second the first one though.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay, move to reappoint Linda Fulton and Jeffrey Dugan to the Commission on Disabilities for a term of 3 years or until a successor is named and completion of the Conflict of Interest Law online training program is completed within 30 days.
And
did someone want to second that?
Oh, can we do?
We can call one motion.
We can do Stephen Shea as well because that's not open, right?
Well,
Correct.
Maura seconded the other. Never mind. Move to reappoint Stephen Shea to the Public Building Commission for a term of 3 years or until a successor is named and completion of the Conflict of Interest Law online training program is completed within 30 days.
Okay,
And I
move.
think that's it. Yeah.
Moved by Ms. Connolly. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Curran. Mr. Vignani, you look perplexed.
Yeah, did we do all 4?
We
did. Yeah, George,
We did
Linda,
Fulton as well.
Jeffrey, and Stephen.
George, Linda, Jeffrey, Stephen Shea.
Perfect.
Take your earphones off.
All right, we have
Okay,
a motion and we
roll-
have a second. No,
Okay,
it's-
roll call vote. Roll call vote.
Wait, stop all talking at once. Yes, are you ready for a roll call vote?
For all
Someone's hand
4.
is raised.
Oh, somebody's hand is raised? Oh, goodness. Thank you for noticing that. Let me, I neglected. Let me ask Jennifer. Sorry,
I'm sorry.
I apologize, Jennifer. I'm delirious. Did you
No,
want to
that's
have a
okay.
comment on the board?
My hand was not raised for this. It was for Recreation Commission, so you can do the roll call vote if I can talk on that, even if you're not going to vote on it tonight.
Oh, okay. We'll come to you then next. Let us finish this and then,
Yep.
and we'll come
Thank
back.
you.
Thanks. Okay.
Okay, Karen Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for your continued service. The motion passes 5-0. And now I will go back to Jennifer, and I apologize for skipping you earlier. I shouldn't. All right, wait a minute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oops, wrong one. Sorry. Yep. Jen, if you could just give your name and address for the record, please. Oh, I lost you again. Hold on. All right, you're unmuted. Could you just give your name and address, please?
Yep. Jennifer McMillan, 34 Thomas Ave. I just wanted, I know that you're not voting on the Recreation Commission recreation opening tonight, but I stayed on this long, so I wanted to say my opinion. I was the Recreation Commission chairperson that recently stepped down, and I would like to endorse Jennifer O'Neill for the position. I've worked with her in the past. She was an outstanding member on course. She was one of the founding members of course, and I think that she would be an amazing member of the Recreation Commission. And selfishly, when she reached out to me about the applying for the opening, it really relieved some of my guilt from stepping down. So I think that my personal endorsement as a citizen and a former board member would be for her.
Thank you so much, A, for staying so late and for also being so engaged in this commission. We appreciate it. So yes, we will definitely take that into consideration when we vote on the 3rd.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank
Thanks,
you so
Jennifer.
much.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Okay, so that I believe, unless somebody can tell me otherwise, I think covers the boards and committee appointments that we're going to do this evening, which would bring us to our other business. Does anyone have a liaison report of any sort? Look at Tony's desk.
Nope.
Okay, the only thing I wanted to just mention is, and it's not really a liaison report, but, and I think Ms. Connolly mentioned this in the last update, the Scituate Community Christmas has come up with these lovely cards and ways to reach out. If you need help during these challenging times, apply to them. They're giving grants for helping with household expenses. They're helping anybody in the community that might need a little help during this crisis. So call them. If you don't need their help, consider helping them. But I just wanted to just let people know about that as well. Anyone else have a liaison report? No.
Well, it's not liaison, but I'd like to just give a shout out to the people who organized the women's rally. It was not a march, it was a rally. It was one of 500 events around the country on Saturday. And it was very well organized, and Jim and the police department were very cooperative, and it went off without a hitch. And Seth Pfeiffer actually got out there to film it. So if you're interested in seeing what happened and listening to the speeches, and there were little kids there, it was great fun. And it's now on Scituate Community YouTube. So thank you to Seth for going out to film it.
Yeah, I did watch it. It was great, and you did a great job representing the board, Karen. Thank you for your comments as well.
Trolling for candidates.
There you go. Then no other liaison reports. Then we have correspondence, Madam Clerk.
Yes, we have one bit of correspondence that Jim already referred to from the North River Commission to the governor, and we were copied on it about the funding for the North River Commission for the part-time administrator and the seasonal boat patrol. And as far as I know, that is it for correspondence.
Okay. The next item is to approval of meeting minutes. Does someone have a motion?
None to approve this tonight?
I don't see any.
They'll all be at the next meeting.
Oh, okay. Then that leaves us for adjournment and a reminder that we need to get our, sorry?
I was just saying, Madam Chair, may I ask one question? I know nobody wants me to ask a question right now.
No, I would love to hear what you have to say, Ms. Curran.
Oh, boy.
Why am I not clear where special town meeting is being held? Have we determined where we're covering?
We're having that meeting on Monday.
Okay, good. So I'm not crazy. Okay.
Well, that's not the question.
That's debatable. I know. Thank you.
All a different conversation.
Yes, so yeah, so the town moderator and Jim and I are meeting, and I forget who else, on Monday to have that conversation.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, just thought I lost my mind.
Anybody else want to chat?
Nope.
All right, then we will move to adjourn, and I will remind you that that our finance team and Lorraine would like us in the morning to come visit them.
Yes.
So, do I have a motion? Oh, Lorraine's talking.
Bring your books back, and then lots to sign, please.
Okay. Bring your pens and your books.
Yeah.
All All right.
So
Is there a
moved.
motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
All right, all in favor, roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you being here, and we will meet again on November 3rd. Don't forget to vote.